All right, hello everybody. System Chalk here with a slightly unusual Stellaris broadcast. This is going to be pre-recorded and probably primarily put up on YouTube, if not exclusively put up on YouTube. Now, I ran into a bit of a technical problem when recording this, so it's possible that I lost about 20 minutes of gameplay. The video is recorded, so I will be able to put it online if the file was saved. But what I suspect happened, there was an install for something that was going on in the background that I completely forgot about. That actually caused my computer to blue screen. So my guess is that the entire session was lost because my suspicion is the session was lost because, yeah. It didn't have an opportunity to save. So in this case here, I'm going to do the introduction all over again. I'll just get rid of the old video, and we can move forward as if it never happened. So basically, I'm in a little bit of an awkward spot. So normally I will stream Stellaris kind of at a minimum every Monday. Usually when there's a new DLC or anything along those lines, I'll try to do some extra broadcasts in between. And at the time of this recording, the new Overlord DLC has been released. It's possible I will be doing that in the future. I still need to get a key for it. But basically, I actually would like to see where this playthrough ends. I was maybe not the most inspired by this particular story that I worked out for the species, but given where the playthrough is going, I'm actually very intrigued by what the ending looks like. More importantly, this is one of the first times that I've done a special kind of a YouTube playlist for this series. So it would be not very kind of me to just sort of say, okay, well, you know, there's a new patch out. We're going to ignore. We're just going to ignore the old playthrough, and you have to guess what happened. It's also true that the last broadcast I was really whiny about some of the features of the Crisis, so I'm going to try and be a little bit better on that. So the solution that I figured out is this. I don't know if there's enough time in this playthrough for me to have it be done in one session. And if I do wind up with a key for the new DLC, I would prefer, of course, to be covering the new DLC as opposed to the old run. And so what I will be doing in this particular video is to make at least as much progress as I can on the Crisis. If the game is over, well, that's fine, because people who are interested will just be able to see how the session ends. And if, and then we can start afresh in the next... for the next series. But basically, I kind of want to take this opportunity to make some progress inside of the playthrough, and if we can't get to the ending, at the very least that I get maybe some of the grindier parts of this playthrough out of the way. And so with that in mind, if you do not like the grindier parts, this video may not be for you, or at the very least, you may want to be scrubbing through the video, because I am essentially here going to be very methodically kind of trying to claim some territory from the Unbidden, doing so in a way that makes sure we don't have some of that regression like we did before, and trying to make sure that I'm able to sort of keep my place in the galaxy. And that's also going to mean things like these opening moves here where I'm trying to manage my economy and all of that. There's still going to be some extended sequences where the game is paused. However, I'm not necessarily going to be pausing to sort of do some back and forth with chat, because there is no chat for these videos. It's also maybe worth saying right off the top here that I am playing a copy of Stellaris, as well as all of the DLC that I'm playing, with the exception of plantoids and humanoids. Let me phrase that a little more clearly. The copy of Stellaris that I am playing, as well as all of the DLC that I am currently playing, have been given to me from Paradox for promotional purposes. So obviously I am grateful for that, but so far as I can tell, there is no limit to when you should be disclosing that. So I want to get that out off the top, particularly for a video that's live, or that's not going to be live, because of course the back and forth usually will bring that up, whereas in a video like this, I don't want to have that be in like the fine print at the very bottom. The exception to the DLC that are enabled or were given to me, the copy of the Plantoids and Humanoids DLC are two that I bought on my own, And then I do not have the Aquatics and the Necroids DLC. So those have not been given to me from Paradox, and I have not purchased them, and so they are not enabled on this video. So, and of course, again, I'm a very enthusiastic player of Stellaris, but Paradox does not ask me to say anything specifically about the game other than the fact that the key was given, and I don't believe that's a requirement from Paradox. I believe that is a requirement from the various trade agencies of the countries. So let's talk. When I stream Stellaris, I will normally sort of talk about short, medium, and long-term goals. And at this point here, I believe the sort of the final year for Stellaris is 2500, and so with less than 50 years left in the game, it doesn't really make sense to talk about long-term goals anymore, other than, of course, victory. Now, victory is not possible, but there's a really important milestone which we've hit, and we did realize this in the last video, which is because of the work that we've been doing at pushing back the crisis. As long as the crisis is dealt with, and I sort of maintain the status quo, I win. And that is purely a function of killing the crisis ships. Now, what that means is that as I get closer and closer to beating the crisis, I want to make sure that either the AI is not closing that gap in terms of their own contribution. Alternatively, I want to make sure that I'm not neglecting other parts of my empire, so I don't want them to suddenly get a big jump on me in terms of the size of their empires, or that they, make the super federation that all of a sudden I have to contend with. There's a number of things that could potentially go wrong along those lines, but what I'm really focused on here is making sure that I either maintain or grow my #1 position, particularly if we think that we can beat we're only going to be beating the crisis essentially 50, let's just say 50 years from now. And let's face it, there's a lot that we need to get through, so I think it's very fair to say that it's going to take us 50 years to take out the Unbidden. Now, you'll notice that we're already sort of on a war footing. There's a couple of other things that I could do edicts-wise to sort of help, policy-wise. So we are still on, are we on militarized economy now? I can't remember when I changed that, but I'm really glad that I did. Yeah, I think there's a few other things that we could be doing, but I'm going to I'll settle with Sorry, just taking a second here. I think I'm going to have to take a second here and review my policies, because I might be sitting on some advantages that I can work on. But yeah, so our primary goal is to make sure that we maintain a #1 position, because once the crisis is over, we have a very good claim on being the winner of this session. So #2, in order to get to that, we need to win the war. And so we do have a more militarized economy. We want to keep our war footing. And so essentially everything's going into the acquisition of alloys. Now, I'm kind of curious what the real number for energy credits is. We'll see that when the year rolls over. But I don't really want to be changing these numbers all that much. I do want to be moving up my naval capacity, and I do want to be moving up my starbase capacity. But again, we're sort of systematically doing that as I kind of finish constructing various star bases. That's going to be the big factor. There's actually one thing that I kind of want to try doing, and that is I used to be able to kind of take this whole area for granted. I might want to claim Japris for myself, just to make sure that the AI doesn't take this little part of the galaxy. I used to sort of think of this as my backyard. I can't count on that anymore. The Miravadia Imperial Sons have really been reaching into my territory. So one of the other things that I need to do before we go too far into the playthrough is I do need to manage my economy, because ultimately managing my economy is going to be how I keep these alloys flowing. So I do kind of need to prioritize, a few different tasks. It is kind of tempting to put a research center down. Actually, we're generating quite a bit of research. So I have changed my mind. I'm going to put down a research institute. Now I'm going to need the exotic gases for that. This one is a little tricky just because it was mineral focused, and so I need to think a little bit about what the next step for this world is. I think I'm actually going to put a military academy down because that'll help with the naval capacity. This one has a fairly good claim for research center too, so I'm going to need 2 exotic gases off of that. This one was definitely working on industry, so maybe I'll even just put down an alloy foundry in this case because it's already got the Ministry of Production. And Subra is clearly an administrative focus. Now, I probably should put down it just occurred to me, I don't actually have a stronghold. So we'll build there. Now, one thing that... There was a world that I realized after the fact that there was the opportunity to there's a world that had like a lot of sorry, what am I trying to say? There was a chance to be able to build like more mote harvesting traps and such. So I want to see if I can find that world, you know, when all is said and done, obviously. This is a unification station, so we will build the administrative office. It actually, the other thing I'm thinking of is I might want to just go for full upgrades on all of these different stations and just start buying the resources that I need for it. I think I would prefer to have my economy sort of running at full capacity rather than sort of these half measures. So this is just a quick audit of my existing worlds to make sure that I'm not missing out on obvious opportunities. So at least put down a military academy, and we probably should put down a slave processing facility because there's so much manual labor going on there. It's tempting to put down a robot assembly plant, but I don't actually think we need that right now. So this is evenly split between energy credits and mines, so we'll put down mineral purification plants. Also, we only need 4 city districts now, so we will build an industrial district there, and I will put down that military academy as well. Oh, and a slave processing facility. Okay. So this is definitely a research-focused world. However, we've already got the Research Institute down. So I think in this particular case, because it does have this big added... Like, this has already kind of got a bit of a multiplier on it. I think I'm going to put down another research lab here. Zygar is already in good shape. Not entirely true. We can replace the robot assembly plant with something else. Actually, we can replace 2 buildings with something else. So, one thing I am going to do is the Galactic Stock Exchange, because it does have a good trade value. Now, we've already got a military academy down here, so it might be... I could put down an energy grid, seeing as we have invested in the energy. I think that's going to be what I do, actually. Okay, I've obviously missed the world that had other opportunities on it. Now this mining world's a little bit of a pain. I don't have a really good plan for what to do with it. Although we should probably be switching out. Okay, so let's start by putting a foundry. Or sorry, stronghold. if we've got that kind of free space, we can put one down there. And slave processing facility. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a hunt ahead of me, and that's just to try and find the world. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so we can build. Wait, is it though? Yeah, no, sorry. We've got crystal mines, gas extraction wells, and moat harvesting traps. So we can build another gas extraction well. We can build another 2 moat harvesting traps. So this is going to get a little painful. Oh, nope. So easy one right now is to replace the doctor's office, basically. So let's get another gas extraction well down. So now the question is, where do I get the moat harvesting traps from? And again, Ministry of Production, Hollow Theater, civilian industries, you know, all of these things are kind of useful to me. What I am ultimately going to do is I'm going to get rid of the civilian industries and the alloy foundry, which, you know, on a world where there's already sort of the Ministry of Production, all of this improvement towards our ability to build things, that is going to be painful. But it's kind of one... It's a step I need to take in order to get a resource that is actually fairly important to the war effort. We are currently importing the moats, so I'm going to have to sort of refactor a little bit of the trade that I'm doing here. But overall, I think this is a choice that I can defend. Like I said earlier, one thing I'm going to do is start upgrading some of the buildings on planets that don't have. I'm going to start upgrading some of the buildings on planets that don't have, like that are at their population caps, because I think in this case I can start importing some of the strategic materials that I need to be able to sustain them. Oh dear. Sorry, I may need to walk away for a second. There it is. I'm also going to start putting... So these science ships have been sitting idle just because I've been waiting to get some tech off of the invaders, but that's clearly not happening now. So I want to just make some notes for myself about the overall priority for science. Okay. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ships. So I'm just going to take a second here on the planet and sector. Okay, so basically anything with 3 digits is in the first path. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we already should have one ship that's not covering. So it looks like this is already on Zygar, but I actually want to specifically look at the locations. Okay, Faradex. Ah, okay. So I gotta find out the 2 Zygars. Zandaban's covered. Kirox's private stash. So looks like Kefroth and Nadal are currently being neglected by our research. It could actually be as easy as that. I don't want to spend too much time like focusing on this sort of stuff. So I believe Zygar Prime was the one that was already being taken care of. Well, that makes sense. It's at 99, so that would have been on my list anyway. But I may be a little surprised to find out that Nadal is not being tended to. Okay, well, let's not question it. We'll just bring a ship in. And then same story with Kefroth, and then we don't need to think about that. Excuse me. Okay, so I mean, unless we can find something else to do with the science ships, we're just going to keep them. We're just going to keep them working the worlds that need that need augments to science. Now, let's just take a quick look at the shipyard. We are building one more battleship now. If I'm completely honest, I would actually prefer this fleet as it currently is built. I would actually prefer to have it in full capacity and ready to go. This one's younger, so. But the question would be, you know, what's that cost going to be alloys wise? So I'll maybe leave that. I'll leave that be for the time being. I should probably also be thinking about expanding my branch offices, but right now let's focus on claiming the worlds that I can. So next up, let's grab my construction ships. Let's just see where their priorities are. So this is building a mining station in Subra. I think their next priority should be to expand to Beta Corvi. Yes. Yeah, there's actually quite a bit that needs to go on there. At this point, I'm kind of just hoping that they get everything done on time. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how we're going to approach the crisis now. So I'm going to basically, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I am sort of responsible for pushing them back, that I should not count on any of the other species in the galaxy to help or be useful in any possible way. And I should also allow for the possibility that ships like these could be jumping out of nowhere into any spot in my territory. So there's two big priorities. One, I want to retake the L cluster because that will give me access, you know, kind of fast access to the rest of the galaxy. And then number two, I really want to be pushing those borders back so that enemy ships can't be jumping into my territory. Now, one of the ways that I'm going to be doing that right now, all of the defensive platforms that I'm building in systems like Chatlib, Soao, they're all being sort of babysat by fleets. Now, I'm probably going to want to have at least one fleet in my own territory to sort of deal with eventualities. But what I kind of want to be doing here is I want to very slowly be building up my my defensive capabilities to free up those fleets, and then those fleets are going to go out and start pushing back the boundaries. The biggest danger that I have is that I pursue this program a little too quickly, and that basically the consequence winds up being, okay, well, you did that, but you know, you missed that one fleet that kind of jumped into your territory, and now you're stuck. Like they're just gonna eat all of your, they're gonna eat everything, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha. Which definitely feels like that happens a little more than I would like it to. But in any case, so it's going to be slow going. This is one of the reasons why I'm taking the time to do this video this way, because I want to take the time to basically build this right. Actually, there's one other thing I want to take a look at. So we've got... Yeah, so this is this is the way it should be. Okay. I would like to build another Titan, obviously, but that's, you know, there's a way where it's going to take a while before that happens. So I think I'm in a safe spot to unpause. Maybe one thing I'd like to take a quick look at is just the state of the defenses. So it looks like, yeah, we're at 7 of 42 platforms. That's probably a way off. They're not even close. Well, at least this is a citadel now, but we're obviously going to want to build up the defensive platforms on Derelian. So yeah, it's pretty clear we're going to be waiting a while for all of this to... we're going to be waiting a while for all of this to get into motion. But that's fine. That's what this playthrough is for. So we will start by unpausing, and I want to see what happens to the numbers when the month rolls over, because we're going to adjust our... Okay, so looks like we do actually have a proper deficit here. I'm a little surprised about the numbers for things like exotic gases. And actually, the way I see... We'll just run with this for a little while. I think once we get down to 50k for energy, that's going to be when I change the numbers. But for the time being, I think we will just... I think we're just going to hold the line and let everything get built. Nadal is running into unemployment problems. So I'm going to look for the world with the largest unemployment and just move bodies where they're needed. So I'm a little nervous. Yeah, I always get nervous when I just see these, three entities like this just kind of hanging around. Okay, this is also interesting. So it looks like they're going to be making a move on holdings that I potentially have. So, yep, that's exactly where they're going.
Liquidating foreign assets.
So they should have some friends showing up pretty soon, but as long as we can wipe them out, yeah, we're good, and we don't need repairs, so... Now, one temptation, of course, would be to go and fly into the Zorican black hole, but the drawback is... Oh, no, they're heading back. Okay, so we take the fight to them. So the drawback is that if they have a big fleet that's in the area that kind of comes through, I'm sort of stuck and left to defend myself. The other reality is that there's 3 fleets on their way to my base, so I actually need to be showing up to defend pretty quickly. Okay, so we couldn't make it in time, so what we're going to do is we're going to head to Derelian. We're probably going to be late. In fact, I think probably a jump is more appropriate in this case.
Construction complete.
What happened
Hostile
here?
fleet. Can we take them?
Okay, Fuela. This is more precautionary more than anything, although I would like to get it upgraded. So we'll start here. This isn't a major priority for me right now, though. Okay, we're a little shy on food, so we'll run that back 1. So of course the preference here would be to not to need this fleet, or at the very least for it to take a while. All right, looks like they're scampering off. So again, this is pretty much a pure holding pattern at this point. We need to survive long enough to be able to defend ourselves. We want to keep a very careful eye on our border. So like the number of sort of red dots that I'm seeing in this area should definitely give me pause. Okay, we've got some unemployment to deal with. I'm going to follow the same pattern here of just filling up the worlds that don't have... Okay. Jinkat system. Alright, so that's another one of these really annoying teleport into your backyard moves. I can't afford to move more than one. So of course, one of these is losing its babysitter, but clearly we've got enemy ships coming out of the Zorkan black hole, so I don't really have that much in terms of oh. Yeah, even at this rate, I'm actually running into I'm getting stretched too thin. Okay. So we're going to lose Jinkath for sure. Hopefully we can stop that from becoming a bigger problem.
Station under attack. What just happened? Revenue's decreasing. Starbase lost.
So that's going to turn, yeah, into something.
Boom. We built.
So this is the big problem that I'm running into, right? Which is that the reason why I have to park these ships where I do is the fact that the AI is basically able to make these ships jump in seemingly out of nowhere. This is a 75k strength fleet. I might be able to take them on, but I don't know how I feel about this with a starbase in the same region. So this is just the sort of thing that winds up really sucking up a lot of my resources. And there's no good answer to it, to be honest. Like, they ignore FTL inhibitors. So, oh crap.
Construction complete.
So the best I can do is just kind of hope that they don't get too aggressive. Oh god, they're going to Nial. That's the worst possible spot they could have gone. Holy smokes. I don't have the numbers to be able to defend against a trio. This is turning into a bit of a crisis on this side of the map. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to reassign a few of the defenders. Against my better judgment, I'm actually going to move out of Chatlib prematurely.
Station under attack. Starbase under attack.
So what I'm going to hope for here
Boom. We built something.
Okay, so let's just get... If I can get them to sort of just peel off in groups of sort of 1 and 2, we have a little bit of a fighting chance. We're generating surplus now, so I want to increase the purchases. It's currently 9, so we can get we'll add another 5 there. And again, chatlib, I want to just maximize defensive platforms at chatlib. Okay, so we're at max capacity there. Now if I can, Shorax, I'd like that to be sort of the next focus. Oh god, we're not even starting. Okay, so at least they're getting defensive platforms, but they don't have an ion... Oh no, they're building an ion cannon. Okay. And Zandaban... Right, so this is the one where we had a problem with specialists. So this is actually going to take a little bit of maneuvering. Ooh, yeah, we've actually got a few specialists that I just spiked in terms of unemployment. So there are a few different ways of solving this problem. What I want to do here, so I want to look at Kuiper, Prime, and Secundus. Okay. So we'll start with Zandaban. I think it's as easy as that. Now, the next phase of this little strategy is going to be what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to be looking at my sort of strategic reserves for a lot of things. So right now I've got big surpluses in a lot of these. Now, these are going to be changing over time, but what I want to try and do is just roll back a little bit on the purchasing so that I'm not sort of I'm not wastefully buying what I don't need. I can actually probably start selling some of the Zro because I don't really use that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take basically each world. I'm going to one at a time improve a building. So. For instance, in this case, I'm going to say research. So I'm going to move that up. That's going to need an exotic gases at some point, but I'm just going to leave that be for now. And once I start seeing the deficit come in, then we'll start moving it up. This one has got 4 available jobs right now, so it doesn't make any sense for me to start expanding these. Faradex, we're at 0, so again, we can start upgrading certain buildings. In this case, because this is a generator station, we'll start by upgrading the energy nexus. We've got 5 available jobs in the Dolok habitat, so I don't want to be messing around with that. Now, a lot of this is just because there are empty worker jobs, and there's definitely ways that I can sort of I can sort of play around with my population numbers to free things up for myself, but I don't really want to be doing that right now. What I'd like to be focusing on at the moment is just trying to take advantage of the fact that I actually have growth on some of my worlds, and I haven't really been making the most of those opportunities. Just taking a second here. Yeah, this is all fine. Once upon a time, this would have been wonderful for, mining to death, but for now. I am going to be focusing a little bit on things like energy, an energy nexus for most worlds, just because that is something that will improve my ability to produce the tools of war. It doesn't have to be exclusively. So like this one is a little bit of a waste just because in the end I only have 3 generator districts. But if I'm going to be upgrading something, I want to kind of stick to the rule, quote unquote. Okay, so this one I can actually either go for research building or the generator. I think I'm going to do the generator again. This one's a little deceptive because even though I've only got 3 generators, I also have the Betharian power plant. And then this one, clearly that's going to be science. But again, you can kind of see the logic behind this, which is that on a world where where basically I will eventually have unemployment. I'm just going to buy a lump sum of minerals. That's going to have consequences for the price, but yeah, basically you can kind of see the logic behind this. For a world that otherwise would have had unemployment, I'm building this in such a way that those upgrades get turned into something different. All right. So I gotta be careful I don't do this trick too many times, because this is gonna have consequences for my monthly finances. You know what? Let's upgrade the minerals. They're gonna make me do it one more time. Okay, so I mean, again, there might have been a better way of handling that, but that's a start at least, and hopefully that's going to mean that we have a slightly easier time of working through our goals. Okay, so I want to. There's not a lot that I can do about the Jinkath system, but at the very least, I can move into Nihao. See, the Techaris is very bravely failing to help me defend my territories. Okay, so it looks like they are starting to concentrate. Now, I do have my doubts as to whether or not I can handle 3, but I do think I can handle 2. This is going to be a little nerve-wracking, but...
Station under attack.
Okay. I think we've lost
Mining
Nihao.
station lost.
My worry here is less about the alloy costs and more about what it costs me in terms of...
Starbase lost.
Jesus Christ. Oh. That timing could not have been worse. Oh, I hate when I see them getting confused like that. So this is going to be a lot bloodier than it should. Well, I can sort of angle this to my advantage, but yeah, we're losing
Found
ships.
some enemies.
We're actually going to lose quite a few. So this really pisses me off when I see this sort of stuff. Like, it's supposed to be keeping a long range, and what it's doing is it's just spreading its attention across so many different enemy units. And we lost 8. We lost 8. Battleships for really no reason there.
Engaging hostile station. Station under attack.
So obviously we're on cleanup duty for a little while.
What just happened? Revenue's decreasing. Station under attack.
Oh, God. Yeah, this, like I said, this sort of stuff really annoys me. Because, like, again, we put so many alloys in terms of trying to rebuild that.
Engaging hostile station.
Okay, so don't think we need to worry about the envoy here. I think that just gets reinstated automatically. This group is fresh. Oh, it's a trio. That's gonna cause some problems for us, actually. So we should stop and move out. That's too late. Okay. There's a couple things that we're going to do here. I need to... So we're going to have two groups sort of meet in this system here. I'm going to jump... Maybe I won't jump. Oh, that is so frustrating. So the Stellaris get to move... Yeah, so in addition to the fact that the AI... Like So the consequence of the unbidden jumping into this... this system is it takes 3 off of me and puts up bases, and then the Stellaris get to have a construction ship fly in before I can even respond. This is I do apologize for all the complaining. I know that was a problem the last time, like the last stream I did this, but this is definitely why I wanted to do this on my own time, because this sort of stuff is really, really hard to keep a positive attitude about. Okay, so we need to do a quick changing of the guard here. So let's take any damaged ships. So I kind of want to get the fleets rearmed and ready to go, because we've got a big group that we're going to be contending with here. So obviously here we have to give up Fuela. There's just no way that that's gonna be recovered. And I suppose Nihal becomes the new starbase. Definitely shouldn't have been getting that close to my my borders, though. Okay, so financially we're actually in a pretty good spot, it looks like. So let's just boost the imports a bit. So if you can just give me a second here. So we're at 642. I don't know if I want to tread water finances-wise. I don't think that's necessarily the worst idea at the moment. So I think if we were to do like 50 to 70, that'll probably cover where we need. Let's try 70 because I can sort of afford to mess around with the numbers a little bit.
Hostile fleet.
We'll adjust accordingly. Okay, so I do need to take interest in hostile fleets, at least until I get my defenses built up. Now, here I've got a trio to work with, so I'm hoping we might be able to make something a little more of our efforts here. But obviously, we've been getting quite lucky as far as Dorelian is concerned. Normally, what I would want to be doing is putting the alloys towards the construction of of all those defensive positions. But at the moment, I actually need to be restoring what was lost. So in this case here, we're going to take our starbase. I need at the very least 8 new battleships. So okay, well, it's not too far off on the numbers. So we'll knock 10 off of that just to make sure we're still in the black for
Planet Prime for production.
Oh, and we are really short on just about everything, so... And again, that's not unexpected, so... Okay, what's the story here? Chorus. Well, we knew that was going to be the subject of an attack. I was hoping that we might be able to get there a little faster than we did, but let's I'll put a brave face on it and do our best. Okay, well, the big question now is whether or not we can stop these ships before they arrive. Okay, this is encouraging. I'd like that third ship to show up before too
Hostile
long.
fleet. Can we take them?
Okay, nobody took damage, so that's also good. So we're actually going to go straight to the Zorican black hole here. One, because this is a relatively weak fleet, but number two, I want to try and stop any shenanigans in terms of moving into Beta Corvi. So we'll rebuild Chorus. We're actually going to reclaim all of these bases, including the Zorican black hole. I think I'm actually going to try a different approach here. So I still want to work on Durelian if I can, but I want to try and claim the Zorican black hole a little faster than the original plan was. So we're starting to run out of our consumer goods surplus. I should be a little worried about that. Okay, every time I see the hostile fleets detected sign, I get nervous.
Construction complete.
The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? So, as always, we want to extend the deal. Now, my preference, of course, would be to destroy these ships utterly. Unfortunately, that's not quite turning out that way. Okay, happy to see that pass. Now, it looks like the Tianki conservation... Alright. I do need to be a little careful in terms of my influence, but I'm annoyed at... So yeah, I want to be careful about my influence because I do need to reclaim some of these territories, but I also am annoyed at seeing so many pointless, kind of pointless measures. So I could proclaim the Galactic Imperium. I can't remember the exact consequences of this. So the Galactic Community changes to the Galactic Imperium. All members leave existing federations. They become the Imperial Core, shifting towards authoritarianism and adopting the Imperial government. All incompatible civics are removed. So that would be a really big change for our... that could actually destroy the economy. Boosting monthly influence would actually be a good investment here. I'm going to take a quick second here and see in the wiki what the Imperial government does. Oh, it can use both regular and corporate civics. That's interesting. I do want to go down this path a little bit, but I need to think about things that will immediately help the current war effort. So galactic mobilization, nice to have a bonus towards naval capacity. Actually, that is a big bonus just in terms of reducing my maintenance costs. So almost on its own, that makes it worthwhile. Yeah. So I won't be spending any other influence on that right now, but so at least one more battleship, and then I'm going to go back to building those defensive structures. Okay, got to roll back on the
Boom! We built something.
the alloys again.
Wow, we really hit this tech out of the ballpark.
That's really annoying to see the Techris trying to do that. Okay, additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resilience of military stations. So kinetic weapon damage is definitely a big priority here. Minerals are also a decent improvement, so I think I'm going to go for the cheaper tech that... Nope, you know what? Kinetic weapon damage is really hard to argue with.
Construction complete.
Okay. I've got a few choices to make here, so I think I am going to build a starbase in the black hole. We kind of need to get... I think we need to get on that sooner rather than later. Next up, I'm going to... So I want at least one ship sort of hopping around, making improvements. But obviously... Obviously the focus is still on defenses. Okay, I think that was just one more, but... I should actually probably just build this out to the cap. I think that makes a little more sense. Okay, how many ships have we got here? 3. I'm really reluctant to do this, but let's travel to the terminal egress and see what we see.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
You guys gonna join in? So at this point, I'm kind of committing to reclaiming this for myself. It's definitely very premature for me to do that, but having now done it, let's. Now, if they take this system, I am going to be really mad. Okay, speaking of things that make me really mad.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
So the good news is that Kuiper's got planets, so... But what it does mean is that this whole strategy built around sort of building these defensive stations and all of that, it's completely meaningless. As long as they're able to make a jump, it's just the same as having them next door, which is a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, this is a bit reckless to be doing right now, but I'm actually going to start cleaning out, the bad guys. Okay, somebody bought a bunch of alloys, I think.
Boom! We built something.
So again, this is really, really risky where I'm at right now, because there's not a whole lot that's defending this. But this is one of the most important bases that I can be building. And then, of course, the other thing that's nice is once I'm able to sort of establish a presence in terminal egress and sort of hold the invasion at bay, I can sort of keep more ships stationed there. But again, I have a real worry that the Stellaris are going to try and... oh, yeah, no, they're already... I think the Stellaris are already in terminal egress trying to build something.
Our construction ship is under attack.
Ouch. Oh, that sucks. I mean, I guess the good news is that probably the Stellaris lost something as well, but I don't have the influence to be able to afford to lose stuff like that. So I'm gonna move back. Looks like they're moving to Beta Corvi, so I should adjust my own movements accordingly. But yeah, this is definitely why it's definitely why I'm not doing this on stream. It's gonna take a while.
Boom! We built something.
I can't friggin' believe this. Okay. No, I'm actually gonna relax about this. I'm gonna move. I gotta be really careful about how I handle this. Okay, so I want to go through the Zorican black hole, but I actually want to allow the Unbidden to go back through. Like at this point, I'm just gonna say it's like, okay, you want it, you defend it. I'm actually gonna start pushing back the borders until I see the Stellaris lose that. But yeah, there's definitely something. I think the thing that bothers me the most about the way that this works is that I feel like I'm putting so much effort into something that only benefits the AI. Sorry, I should have read that.
Technology discovered. Rad.
But yeah, again, decision's been made. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to start moving all of my fleets out to deal with the Unbidden in systems that are basically nowhere near the Stellaris link. Like the Stellaris link is now going to have to deal with them. Okay. So we're going to park a lot of ships. Okay, this one's actually going to repair. Apparently I was not paying attention to my social research, so let's boost leader lifespan first. So again, this is going to be a change in strategy. I'm still gonna send my little hit squads out to take out... Actually, that's not true. There is one thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move a ship in through the L gate once I can. Yeah, so it's possible the Stellaris don't actually have... It's possible that they lost their ship there. Yep. How do I work this? So first of all, I need to build another construction ship. I think we lost one. So 18, 19, 21. So that's going to fill me up on another fleet, which I can sort of send to move around and defend my holdings. Interesting.
Construction complete.
So they're trying to build on top of my... Yeah, man. The Stellaris are really not my allies. Mushroom picking. A routine ecological study of our colony on Kuiper Tertius has stumbled upon a strange fungal life form. The science team reports that the surface of the mycelium is shimmering and colorful, but what was most intriguing to them was the fact that separate clusters were seemingly communicating with one another whenever something occurred within a wide radius. Furthermore, the biology of the organism appears to be clearly alien to the ecosystem of the colony. Puzzled, the local science team has requested specialized support as we might be dealing with a sentient species. So we could dispose of them and gain a bunch of influence, as well as food. In this case, I'm going to take a closer look. As much as I want the influence, this is still very interesting. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to queue this up for a second. It's because it doesn't count as a sharing a border yet. Okay, I got to be really careful on the timing. We lost Shorax. Man, I didn't even see that happen. So that's, unfortunately, that is a ridiculous amount of, that's a ridiculous amount of, alloy, investment that just went up in flames. That's a real shame that happened. The spores have ears. We have concerning reports coming from Kuiper Tertius. Upon further examination, it seems that the alien fungus we found is emitting a signal towards a location in the galaxy that we were unable to pinpoint so far. Telemetry and security analysis indicate that it is completely possible for the mycelium to be some kind of advanced spying organism. However, it is worth noting that this organism is old. There is a fair chance that whoever engineered these spying mushrooms is not around anymore. But if they are, it might be best not to poke the sleeping predator. So we need to know more, or too risky, destroy them. Nope, need to know more. Okay. So we definitely want to clear out the nonsense in Shorax. So I need to watch this countdown really
Construction
quickly.
complete.
So I immediately need to go and claim terminal egress. That's so the AI doesn't scoop it out from under me. These guys, in the meantime, let's claim what we can. Careful analysis of the mycelium and the signals showed that it was likely a part of a network of similar organisms, possibly spanning across the galaxy as a whole, and maybe beyond. While we do not know much, we discovered that as part of the network, this mycelium was also receiving signals from other places. We cannot be certain, but considering several factors, including the volume of data transferred, we believe that someone is actively using this network and collecting information from it. We are already working on a counterintelligence plan of disinformation, and security measures are being updated empire-wide to account for this form of spycraft. Okay, so I'm happy to let these guys heal up here. So it's very important that I keep a defensive system in place in terminal egress, and sure enough, the Tekkaris are being absolute dinks. Now, I expect that we should win this race, but it's going to be a little scary for a while. So we've got 3 battleships. So we got 2 more. Oh, we're already building those 2 more. Okay, so all the effort's going to go into building a big defensive station at terminal egress. So obviously we need to reclaim Shorax when we can, but... well, now we can.
We built something.
Okay, so there's going to be a very long road to clearing everything out here. One thing I'm going to do in the interim... so these guys are healed up. I can't take out the big bases, but I can at least clear out, like, so I think this one's a big base, but I can at least sort of take out some of the peripheral ones. Okay, happy with galactic mobilization. That's going to help me reduce some of my costs, and we are back to generating a surplus. That means that I should be buying more alloys. More importantly, so there's a very specific strategy that I'm going to employ to upgrading terminal egress. And that is, I want to have defensive ships at the actual gate, but I want to have a big defensive structure in place so that we can drive people towards it. So it's kind of a it's a two-pronged approach here. So this actually should be able to hold them off.
What just happened? Revenue's decreasing.
And if it doesn't, we're in serious trouble. Ooh, this is definitely looking really scary. We lost it. They're gonna tear through that hull. Oh no, apparently the hull is really, really tough. Promising officer, Captain Ludramok, the commanding officer of the Chatlib station, served with distinction during the recent engagement that took place in the Chatlib system. The Admiralty on Kirex's private stash, recognizing the qualities of a promising flag officer, has decided to promote the captain to the full rank of admiral. Cool. Unfortunately, we probably just lost a lot of defenses. Yeah, we don't have anything. So, our very promising defensive strategy isn't quite as strong as I thought it was going to be. So
boom. We built something.
There are some ways I can handle this. But I need even more fleets than I thought. Okay, so this thing is full and ready to go. So I need to have at least 3 ships in this area at all times. Oh god, yeah, it just comes back down to the same question I always have, which is like how do we defend all of this? Okay, so Shorax is only under threat. Oh, that's actually okay. There's definitely a way that I can make this work for me. Another thing I want to do is just a quick audit of my world. So I've got some unemployment. So again, we're going to do the usual thing of finding the world with the largest gap for employment. Life seed. I need to figure out exactly how I want to build this world. So we'll do our usual thing of gene clinics, holo theaters. I think we usually build a fortress, so we'll start with that. Our stronghold. So 4 for housing. So generators wouldn't be unwelcome. I think we'll start with that. And how far are we from activating the... Okay, so it's going to take us a while, but... So the audit that I wanted to do in my worlds was just to see if we had any that had full employment. Because if we had full employment, like we do here, we're going to do the same trick that we did last time, which is just to upgrade the building and just slowly work our way towards a more productive empire. This one's a little harder to justify, but... Okay, so plenty of slack here, no point in building this all up yet. Actually hurting on amenities, which surprises me a little. Oh, I know why. Because I didn't put a holo theater down. That was very foolish of me. Okay, so I do need to be thinking about what I can do for my. Well, sorry. Actually, first thing I should be doing is rebuilding the defensive structures. So, I mean, they did an admirable job of holding, but... Oh, hang on. I think I was going to build the ion cannon first. Oh, no, we've already got one on the way.
Found some enemies.
Yeah, we definitely learned a lesson here about how fragile our situation is. So I think I'm actually going to... So I'm going to take... This is an approach I was really hoping I wouldn't need to take. But I'm actually going to go even more aggressive. So I'm going to start by clearing out terminal egress. But I'm actually going to start going into systems and taking out taking out Unbidden. So these ones are going to be a little harder. I need to make sure that I've got a fleet of 3, but everything else in sort of the neighboring areas, I'm definitely going to be going a lot harder. And essentially the purpose behind this is just going to be to make it impossible for them to be able to jump into my territories. So basically anything with void layers, I'm just going to have one fleet running through, taking it all out. So this I'm kind of banking on the AI to claim that territory. I'm essentially kind of taking the AI's talent for ninjaing territory out from under me and trying to turn that into an advantage. Obviously, I'd like to go and claim the rest of the L cluster, but I need resources for that. Kind of ignoring a lot of these. All right, that's fine on the elections.
Technology discovered. Rad.
Okay, always happy to get more shields. It's tempting to go for the energy credits, but I feel like we should probably just get some of these others cleared out. So let's start with gateway construction. I'm not really going to be able to take advantage of it, but it's a relatively inexpensive one, and I do need to consider the effects of technology on my overall score. Admiral gains the trait. Following his recent sensor sweep of the Dorelia system, Admiral Rukagzakek has learned how to deploy his units to maximize their sensor range. Few fleet commanders possess the skill to carry out such complex maneuvers.
We really push the envelope on these ships.
Okay, that's fine. This is kind of an expected response. This is one of my weaker fleets, so I want to be careful about this, but we should still be able to take him out. Okay, so the real aim here is, as much as possible, I want to just wipe out these potential places. Now, none of this is really going to matter until this base gets taken out. But what I'm really most interested in here is just trying to eliminate the mobility options for the Unbidden. So basically, every once in a while there's going to be ships that come out of the starbase, and that's going to be really unfortunate for me. But at minimum, if I can just make it so that all of these other sectors aren't potential jumping off points for invasions into my own territory, that's already kind of a win for me. Okay. Again, I don't like that I'm doing this, but... Now, big question is, can I afford some ships to... I would like to make a run on the... big base in the L cluster.
Found some enemies.
I wasn't kidding when I said I wanted to
fleet.
push them as far.
Can we take them?
So I'm assuming this is... Ooh. Should be a little careful. There might be big things coming after me. So what I might do is... I might cut this tour short. Now, here's what I'll do. That should... let's say... restrict that system. How does that change the movement? Again, I gotta keep an eye on... Yeah, this sort of thing should make me nervous. I can take them on one at a time, but 2 groups of that is something that can cause me some trouble. So I think we're going to move back to the chat-lib system. We may need to start generating some food before too long. Okay, and I've got idle construction ships, which makes me kind of sad. So let's work out a game plan. So let's reclaim Beta Corvi for 1. Now this construction ship, I don't have a whole lot for the... Again, reclaiming the full L cluster is a priority for me, but that's going to take a while. That has some assumptions about building defensive structures, among others. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna just slowly get myself a little stack of ships to
construction complete,
to make a move on this system when I can. And as is usual, we're just gonna upgrade everything we can. So Nihal isn't really the last line of defense. This shouldn't get priority in terms of like new new defensive platforms and such, but it is something I want to keep an eye on. Speaking of, maybe I should see my existing defenses. Okay. So now the question is, who gets the next batch? Actually, here's what we're going to do. So 20 of 30. What's the story here? Caster, what do you do? Okay, yeah, so Caster isn't... Caster seems like it would be a priority, and at some point it will be, but not right now. Now, Julau's in a weird spot. Like, this is definitely not the defensive structure I would build for... Yeah, I'm going to reconsider this one, because it's not really a major priority. Takvan... Similar story, I think probably just circumstances... Oh yeah, I remember, I was dealing with piracy here. Now, Darillion is sort of on the front lines, so that makes a lot of sense to build up on them, but Soao is also... Okay, so Soao, do they have their ion cannon? Doesn't look like they do. Oh, shows what I know.
Boom! We built something.
This is more about denying the enemy than a specific strategy. Okay, if the economy can just stay like this, I'll be happy.
Boom! We built something.
Okay, that's fine. Again, the intention here is to actually hold on to all of this forever.
We built something.
Now, Shorax is hopefully going to be less bothered, seeing as this system is now, like, is not in the hands of the Unbidden. Again, it kind of depends how the AI responds to that opportunity. Now, so far, this whole strategy of kind of letting the AI's greed work to my advantage has generally been working out for me. Appropriation. Land that is not being worked contributes nothing to our empire. Workers must be relocated in an efficient manner to those planets where they are needed most. Okay, and we've got all Ascension perks available, so... I do actually need to make some specific decision. Oh, okay, so actually one thing we'll do, Master Builders for sure. Now, if I want to start going down some of these other paths... I actually like the idea of Grasp the Void. Additional star bases is going to be something that I'm going to want to take advantage of soon. So let's grab one of those. And I think I'm going to hold out for Galactic Wonders. Okay. Terminal Egress. Let's upgrade it. Okay, starting to look good. Elections are in progress. Select a candidate to support or spend unity to keep our current ruler for another term. If we do not interfere, a random candidate will be re-elected. So fleet expansion is a pretty good... Well, we don't have the unity, so abstain. And we've re-elected our current ruler, Toledem. Good. So I definitely need to keep a close eye on what's going on, because they can potentially jump into our territory. Okay, so we have an opportunity to expand, so I should take it. So we've got a size 17 or size 20, and neither of them have any special features. Now, I would like to be building more ships right now, but I'm kind of already at my naval cap. The thing that's going to make me a bit nervous here is, under normal circumstances, I would actually want to have a group of ships going into this system right now. But it's possible I'm going to need a group of ships to handle this armada, because the fact of the matter is the Stellaris are not going to be able to handle these guys. So, honestly, there's a bit of a race going on. I should make a decisive choice rather than try to have it both ways. But it's also possible that... Oh, no, they're heading straight for my territory. Okay. So we'll prepare for this. Wow, I only have 3 ships here right now. What happened to my other? Oh, they wound up in the middle. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we're going to defend ourselves from this invasion first, and then we'll worry about future adventures. I'm actually a little worried we might be too late arriving, but I think a jump should help us.
Boom! We built something.
It is a little nerve-wracking that I only have 2 free fleets to make this sort of stuff work, but again, I'm particularly interested in what these guys do. If they can beat the crap out of the Stellaris, that's good news for me. I'm actually perfectly happy for the Stellaris to get clobbered for a little while. But if they threaten my territory, then it becomes a problem. Okay. I think I'm going to move this ship up here. So again, I really want to take this out as soon as I can. Problem is as soon as I move ships out of this area, it's entirely possible that the unbidden go flying through it, and yeah, it's a tricky situation overall, I think, is the fair way to put it. Wow, they're just gonna sit here, huh? Having them sit there is actually just as bad as having them in my territory, because it means that they get to pick when they jump in.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is once the kind of the sickness from jumping wears off, we're actually going to make a move. We're going to go into the Stellaris territory. The Stellaris territory. Just because, frankly, it's a waste of my time. Like, they got to get their act together. And the fact that there's a threat on my borders. Like, it's really frustrating that they're able to claim this territory but not actually defend it. It becomes a liability for me, the fact that they're not able to do that. And I need to get rid of this before it generates any other threats, but I can't leave this gate unattended because it's possible they'll just come running through and, you know... oh, actually, one thing I should be doing is upgrading this starport.
Construction complete.
Okay, so I gotta compromise a little bit here. I can't have like a full complement while this nonsense is happening, so I do need to. Okay. Obviously, it's a partial strength fleet that I'm sending in, but... Okay, so we're going to move into the Amlitzer system. Oh.
Found some enemies.
Yeah, we'll still do this. I'm annoyed that I have to do this, but I'm still going to do it. Good news is we didn't lose that much. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go and just clean everything out up to here.
Boom. We built something.
Okay.
This tech had better generate some revenue.
More kinetic weapon damage is always welcome. Defense platforms or attack speed. Let's go for the attack speed. I figure my ships should still get priority over my defensive platforms because my ships are going to be the primary means through which I take out the invaders. Okay, so again, we're basically just going to take a little tour of the system. My preference would be to work in the L cluster, but I got to work with what I've been given. It would have been nice to take back the Fuela system, but being able to... Oh, this is good. So some of my costs are going to be going down.
Preparing planet for resource extraction. Boom. We built something.
I should also take a minute here and just double check that we are in good shape as far as the defenses are concerned. Yeah, so we're at capacity there. So, okay, we're at capacity. So I suppose the next question is who gets the next priority for upgrades? Probably Dorelian. I mean, one challenge about Derelian is that it hasn't really been, like, properly attacked yet. But, like, it's not really a good excuse to, not to do anything about it, so...
Construction complete. Boom. We built something.
Okay, so I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Again, we're spending more time in areas I would rather...
Construction complete.
I would rather see... Okay, we got a citadel, so... How did I build... Let's use Chatlib as my... Okay. One of each. Ooh, that's not so good. Well, it's not going to matter. So that's going to kill the shields. This should get me better platforms, target uplink, and I think I went for command center last time. So I'm going to need to save up a little bit on the alloys, but... Okay, and I'm going to do another audit of my worlds just because it would be good to make sure that we're still pushing ahead. Okay, so see a world like this, we want to do, you know, we want to do what we can in terms of improving our productive capacity. Now that worries me to see a lack of amenities on this world. And that doesn't have an easy fix because I neglected to put an entertainment sector down. Hopefully that'll be the last one of those mistakes that we see. Wow, we're actually running out of options for... Okay, so actually this is an easy one to deal with. We should have gotten rid of the robot assembly lines and the cyto-revitalization centers quite some time ago. We've already got a stock market down, so we've also got something for energy, so I could try and build more Unity buildings. I mean, looks like we really went far down on the specialized buildings. So this seems a little silly, but I will actually do a hydroponics farm. And then I think I might actually do a military academy here. And then I will upgrade the Holo Theater. Okay. All right. And again, I'm gonna have to pay for it, but I think that's money well spent in this case. I don't think I actually put the... I think I have to add before it'll let me do that. So these guys are probably gonna get away, but... Oh, maybe not.
Imagine the profit margins on this tech.
I should have read the text, sorry. Let's do... So armies don't really mean that much for me right now. The Admiralty support staff would be kind of nice, but it is going to be a bit of a pain to upgrade all of my fleets for the extra ships. Let's go... I'm actually going to go for the low tech, just so I can try and keep the tech number up. Okay, so looks like the Titan got a bit bruised. I'm a bit nervous about that, but I want to push ahead. Actually, what I'm going to do here, let's just take these two out. I don't necessarily like that I'm having it. I'm only going part way, but I do want to get back to terminal egress so that I can focus on the real objective. Also occurred to me that I need to mess around with the populations on a few of these worlds. Ah! It's such a massive waste of resources for me to have to do this, but the game is forcing my hand. Like, this is the point where I actually kind of want the... Okay. I'm gonna regret this. As soon as I move ships out of there, there's a real threat that I lose that. That base.
Boom! We built something.
But like at this point, I really need to crowd them out because this is ridiculous. This is genuinely pissing me off. The way this is turning out. So not much changes for this group. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to hit this sector and then we're going to jump back to terminal egress so that we can minimize the time that we're spending away from our defenses. This is amazing. I don't know how this happened, but boy, does that really make life difficult for me. So that's a lot of alloys that we might have just lost there. Actually, it looks like they're heading... No, they're totally going to take this. We'll put a brave face on it. We'll do what we can to to get in the area, but there's no way that base survives.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
So normally we wind up losing a ship. Oh, interesting. We didn't lose a ship in this case. So here we're definitely jumping back to terminally, or we should. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to do that for some unknown reason that I'm annoyed by, but again, I'm trying to be a little more relaxed. But yeah, man, this Shorax loss is really gonna put a damper on my day.
Can we take them?
I think at this point, it's pretty clear basically every construction ship's got to be going to the L cluster. Like I think that's just the reality at this point. Now, I am curious what else we lose, because I don't think it's going to stop here.
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Okay, gateway construction. Shield hit points probably should just be like a default pick, but I am going to go for the remaining superstructures. This ship's idle. What gives? Sorry, I'm in my own head again, just because I sort of see the run sort of getting away from me. I cannot possibly begin to explain how frustrating it is to see this sort of stuff. Like, it's not, I guess for me, it's like, it's not enough that I need to just constantly stop and start on the...
Construction complete!
On the, like, just the normal turns, given the way the battle's going, but like the fact that I've got to be constantly watching my back from an ally that's not focused on the existential threat, like that's just really a kick in the nuts. That's really the only way I can put it. So again, we'll deal with what we can. I don't need to worry about the L cluster for my ships anymore. I do need to worry about allies, but we're going to reclaim this. I'm basically going to have a permanent garrison of 3 ships in this area.
Research station lost, but we needed that.
And we're going to do our absolute best to Sorry, I was about to say something very angry. Like, it's a waste of time now. like, to give you an idea of how annoyed by this I am, I actually want to just declare war on the Stellaris. Like, especially these, like, that one I could kind of get. This stuff is really important to me. It actually, it really just kills my enthusiasm, the fact that this can happen. So, you know, again, I try to put a brave face on it, but this sort of stuff really just saps my enthusiasm for this whole process, because it's just so much nitpicking and so much just tiny effort in these. Okay, one here. Gotta move here. Again, so much, I guess it's so much tiny little bits of effort for things that, I don't know, I just really don't feel like I really feel like I shouldn't have to be worrying about a lot of this. I opened this perfect opportunity for, like, this stuff to stop being a threat, and the AI does not follow through. But for, you know, something like, oh hey, now I get to take bits of the L cluster from you, it's fair game. And like, that just, it's such a drag. But I mean, again, this stuff is lost. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. My next best is just to, okay. I'm gonna white knuckle this for a little bit. So we're going to be losing a lot for a little while. But that's because with the NAR, I believe we have another trade agreement. Yeah, so that's going to be over in about a month. So what I will do, though, is I will pull back on the alloys, though.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, please let this... So I'm basically claiming everything else I can in the L cluster for myself, and then we'll worry about the kind of the last steps. Okay. So this guy's got a heal. This unit, I think I'm actually going to send them back through the wormhole to finish. Oh, actually there isn't a job for them to finish. Okay, well, I'm going to send them to the terminal egress because I might actually be able to get onto phase 2 of this plan. I am eventually going to need to repurpose a construction ship. Well, reassign a construction ship.
Boom. We built something.
And let me just get an idea here. So we definitely can build... Okay, so we can definitely build another Titan, so that's got to be a high priority. I'm waiting for us to finish the trade deal with the Nar. This is really killing me as far as the... Oh wow, we've got 3 years before that thing comes back in. Okay, well... Let's at least make something back out of this. I mean, it's nice. It's nice that we're rebuilding our reserves and all of that, but this is a little ridiculous. So, I'm gonna take a second here and just reassign some. Oh, that was unexpected. I'm actually gonna. I do want to try and get some ruling Raxar on the new colonies if I can. Okay, just play around with those numbers a little bit more. That's too much. Okay, should probably do an audit again. Okay, so I have an opportunity to upgrade, so I am going to take it. Again, not on every world, but anything with 0, that's going to get a boost. This is a nice little natural way of doing it too, so that I gradually see my costs increase. Like I don't put myself into a situation where suddenly I have just this massive spike in my expenses where I wonder where it all came from. A little surprised about the crime here. Okay, should have been on top of this. So at the very least, this is gonna kill the ambitions of the...
We built something.
Okay, so now I've got one ship that I can just kind of assign to everything here. After that... Okay. Again, just because I'm under my cap, I do feel like I should be... building another fleet. These colossal assembly yards are going to take a while. I'll at least put 2 battleships towards it to remind me that's my goal. I want to make sure these are all citadels before I go too far down the path. Okay, so I'm going to need to upgrade Shorax again. Probably Japris will need some attention too. In fact, the argument would be Japris has got to become the new caster. Yeah, the question here is, what do I actually... Yeah, okay, so... A new fleet is really hard to pass up as a priority, so I am going to put all those alloys towards building the Titan and the battleships. But once terminal egress is up and running, I do need to put some effort into getting that fit up with defensive platforms and such. Again, the babysitters are still going to stay there, but who died? Scientist Kirax. So the babysitters need to stay there because they can basically ignore the terminal egress. The babysitters exist so that the AI is forced to fight them. But I should have sort of a contingency that sort of floats around in the periphery and starts clearing out the bad guys. So we're going to start with the Unbidden in this area, and then we're going to move we're going to kind of close in. And honestly, everything that's next to the Stellaris is the last priority. I realize I'm kind of letting that rivalry cloud my judgment a little bit, but do I have any idle construction ships?
Construction complete.
Okay. So it's about as good as I'm gonna get right now. Something happened to my energy. Okay, somebody just bought a whole bunch of alloys. Not good for me. Still, economy-wise,
Incoming transmission.
we're managing.
Let it go to voicemail.
Okay, Stellaris Link can go to hell. I am completely willing to go to war with them if I have to. Omnisequence, we will not agree to association status because we're going to become the Emperor when we have the opportunity.
Construction complete.
Okay. So again, terminal egress is a pretty high priority for getting all... Oh, damn it. Okay. So as long as terminal egress is building something, I'm willing to hold back on some of my ambitions for different uses of alloys. But I do want to keep an eye on kind of the state of things. I also want to make sure, in terms of ships that are moving, there should be 3 that are idle. Sorry, 4 that are idle, because I've got 1 in the chat lib system. Again, it bugs me that I've got a ship kind of hanging out like this, but it exists for a reason. Once we start working on this area, I can relax. But the one bit of good news is that we're really opening the gap with the Stellaris link. And apparently it's got a big influx of... Oops. Consumer goods. Once this world's colonized, I think I'm just going to take another audit of the worlds and make sure that there aren't more upgrades I can do. And looks like we can afford to buy more alloys, so... actually going to adjust my... I want to make sure that I'm basically, I want to keep building a stockpile, even though it's going to cost me money for most of the
Colony established.
most of the
Let's
special.
hope for a speedy return on investment.
Sorry, for most of the special, most of these strategic. For most of the strategic resources, I want to make sure that I have. Wow. I'm probably going to focus on mining districts. Yeah. It's partly just so I can stop importing. Speaking of, I think we can actually probably cancel the imports now. Our environmental specialists are pleased to report that the terraforming process on Kuiper Quattris has completed. The planet has been successfully transformed into a Gaia world, owing to our deployment of laboratory-created plant hybrids containing carefully selected segments of the Bale genetic code. Once again, as a result of the process, itself not fully understood by our geneticists, a number of new Bale populations have appeared planet-side, emerging when terraforming neared completion. Okay. So obviously there's a bunch of building that we need to do, but we'll do the usual routine. Possibly a slightly different order than what we normally do, but I don't know if it hurts to have some robots, so maybe we'll keep one of those kicking around too. Oh, sorry, it should also be getting rid of the blockers. Okay, so after I resettle some different species, I'm going to see if there's any worlds that I can do our little upgrades on. Now, there are going to be some worlds that are a little more tech-focused that I'm going to want to move Raxar units onto. Those are going to be a little hard to deal with. Oh, this is interesting. So we're fully tapped out on this world. That's definitely... That's a first. But I'm not going to complain about that. I could lower my Empire costs by upgrading the Ascension tier. Oh yeah, actually it occurred to me. This makes a lot of sense because... we're not going to use the Unity for anything else. For the time being, though. Okay. So one thing I'm actually going to start doing, let's deal with our surplus Unity. And in this case, I'm going to go for the largest planets. Oh, does it give me planet size but not population? That's amazing. So they give me pops in the total here. Oh no, it says it here. Okay, so we got 28, 58, 67. Okay, well let's start by getting a read on like what's a big number for us. So 67. So 60s are big planets. Sorry, I know this is really dull, but I'm taking a second to write these down so I can refer to them in future. Gotta remember there's more than one Cal Soch, so... Okay, so I've written these all down. I'm just going to take a quick second to reorder some of the worlds. So essentially, I'm just trying to establish sort of a priority in terms of doing these Ascension upgrades, because I believe it does increase in price over time. So Gruner is priority number 1. Assuming I can find it. Am I going crazy? Is it just named something different? Oh, here we go. Okay, so, oh, auto-designated. What on earth? I will do Industrial World, but I feel like I should do Forge World. Okay, so we're going to start by upgrading to Ascension Tier 1. I don't know if there is a... so what is it? Ascension, unlocking all Ascension Tier perks increases the planetary Ascension cap by an additional 4. Oh, okay. I was thinking I could do this evenly. Okay, so 1... Make sure you want to upgrade to Planetary Ascension Tier 1. Yes. So if I just hit it with number 2. So incidentally, what does this do? Ascending a planet increases the effects of its planetary designation by 25% and reduces the planet's effects on empire size by -5. So basically I'm doing this to the largest worlds first for sort of the maximum effect. So, as you can see, it's a little costly now. So, I'm curious if Zandaban is going to let me... I think that's in my frontier, isn't it? Nope. Okay, yeah, so that's across the board. So we'll just keep an eye on this for Unity, but overall... Overall, I have another mechanism to try and improve my the efficiency of my empire.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
So once the deal with the Nadal, or is it not the Nadal? Once the deal with the Hive Mind finishes off, we're going to do a big deal. So I am not going to be constantly selling this food like this. I just want to try and get the
Ding, ding, ding.
I want to try and get the deal done properly. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? We'd like to extend the deal. I mean, I could probably try and take it over from within, but I'm still not taking the deal. What have we got here? Okay, so we've got 2. I think I still have another ship on its way. I could be wrong on that. So this is not ready. This is not going to be... Okay, you know what? I'm a little nervous about this defensive group. But I want to start seeing what we can do. Okay, I have a feeling we just... God damn it. So yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable only leaving 2 in that defensive group, but you know, I gotta work with what I've been given at this point. So I am slowly working on working on getting a new fleet up and running, so I can have a proper defensive fleet up in terminal egress. But at this point, we're just sort of hoping that things work out for us. So the goal now with this fleet is to completely eradicate the Unbidden from this part of the galaxy, like completely. There cannot be any Unbidden left in this area. And then likewise, we're going to go to this area and we'll say there will be no Unbidden left in this area. And then we're basically going to be closing in until we get to sort of this. This is going to be the last area we go after. But obviously there's a lot of work ahead of us. We obviously can afford some more alloys, so... Okay, so nobody took damage. That's one of the really important things for us here.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, good. Trax is definitely getting special attention as far as alloys are concerned. So this is potentially the end game for our overall strategy.
Boom. We built something.
There's definitely ways this can go wrong, but we're closing in on something approaching.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
So it's possible these may
Hostile
jump into...
fleet.
Oh yeah, so
Can
this
we take
is
them?
the sort of stuff I should be really worried about. So we're gonna see what happens. But again, I gotta keep the focus on eradicating the Unbidden from the regions I want to see them. I want to kick them out from, because if I don't do that, then I'm just going to be chasing them. I'm going to be basically chasing them forever. So we hold the line at terminal egress. We, we eradicate them where we can. I'm willing to hold on. I'm willing to kind of go back and, defend if I have to. But I'm definitely going to implement the strategy. Otherwise, we're just going to be chasing them around for the. We're going to be chasing them around for the whole session. So I think it's very likely that they're going to be. They're definitely going to be going pretty aggressive in this area over here. But one of the reasons for focusing on this, in addition to the fact that it doesn't work to the Techaris's advantage, one of the reasons for this focus is it stops this sort of back door in the Shorax system from working.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, these guys are feeling a little idle. It is not a terrible place to be, but...
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Yeah, I definitely got to keep an eye on what's going on up here. Look at that. So that mineral production is what we're generating on our own. And alloys, the prices are starting to get a little sane again, so right now I just need to get the numbers up for battleships. Oh, actually. Juggernaut's probably not really going to be something that factors into the calculation, but we should prepare for it. Okay. So we need everybody ready for this push, because this is going to be on a stronghold. But again, barring what happens on this side of the map, this is a pretty clear path to us clearing out a very substantial cluster of unbidden.
We built something.
Okay, we were waiting for this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cancel the food deal.
Another bleeding edge technology discovered.
The research labs and data banks of a science nexus generate an immense flow of raw, undiluted science. I think I'm going to do the sentry array again, just because this is it's in my reach. So now the question is, how much of this do I want to trade with the NAR? So the first question is, what is the current rate? So to sell, I get 0.83. Anything better than 0.83 is a good deal for me. I want to give myself enough of I want to give myself kind of enough flexibility for being able to feed my own people. So I'm not going to trade them everything, but even adrift, let's say 100 food, that's still probably gonna help me out. So we'll do a trade for 434. We want to do that for as long as possible, and we want to see how much we can get in terms of energy credits. So already I know this is a good deal, because they're going to pay me more than one per. So let's just start with this deal, 670, 434. Okay, so that happens every once in a while.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Let's keep the army upkeep down for this. Okay, great. So the final value for this wound up being, oh wow, I didn't realize the time. So 663 credits for 430. So that was 152 per food. So actually they could have gone and bought this on the open market for more. But now, again, I need to be very worried about this, because there's only one place they can go, which is my territory. Fortunately, I do have a fleet in position to be able to come after them. So I am going to hold the line just because...
complete.
Oh, I should be really worried about this armada, actually. So I think... I'm going to be a little more cautious here. So we are going to try and take out the Castaba. Minor technical advances combined with improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in fire rate. Let's go for the minerals. Those are going to help me build infrastructure, so... I can justify that. But yeah, I might actually hold off on my little conquest. So I'll take care of this pocket, but I'm actually going to move some ships back because that's a lot of ships for me to have to deal with. And obviously they're approaching from 2 different angles. So in fact, I'm nervous enough about this now. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into this system. And then we're going to move to Chatlib. At least until this, group of invaders breaks. Like, this is simply too much to leave to chance. Should probably build some extra battleships to fill up the other numbers too. So Soao is as prepared as it's going to be for an invasion, so that's a bit of good news. Now, I mean, again, they'll probably just wind up jumping, at which point I'm in trouble. I mean, we're trying to get there as fast as we can, but I'm not feeling optimistic about our prospects here. Iterating on the standard conditioning regimen for ground troops has proven to make them more effective in direct combat. So I can get extra food, but again, we're going to do the same thing from before. We're going to improve what we can. Now, Mega Shipyard, I'm curious what... Okay. That's going to take me a while. I think I dragged my feet too much on this defense. I think this is going to go quite poorly. So much so I might want to withdraw from Chatlib, but I'd rather put on as brave of a show as I can. Very unlikely this is gonna. Well, honestly, the time to realign those priorities was a while ago. Now, what astonishes me here is that, unlike, I definitely feel like for my own systems, they take the time to like really blow up my stuff. Well, that's not entirely true. There's a couple times that they've moved on, but yeah, for the Stellaris, they just went through that system and they're sending as much as they possibly can after this stronghold. There is definitely a side of me that wants to pull this defensive group out of terminal egress, but that way lies madness. I am in a lot of trouble if I start thinking that way. So we're going to do our best with our forces in the area here, and everything I can do to try and move faster, I should take the option. And again, if they kind of come in one by one, we're actually going to be in a slightly better state. The crew clearing the glacier on Kuiper Tertius has made an unusual find. Imprisoned within layers of tightly packed ice are 9 massive statues, casting dark, tall shadows over the landscape. Winged and pale, they exude an aura of otherworldliness. Perhaps they were created in the image of a deity or idol that has since passed into oblivion. They do not resemble any life forms on this planet. So we can learn more about it, or this land has been budgeted for other purposes. We will learn more about the statues. So I am going to need to build a science ship and put some effort into researching that. I'm not going to mess with my existing structures, but I am going to stick it at the top of the queue. We'll hire a new scientist for that archaeology site when the time comes. So this will be the most interesting encounter by far. Again, they may just jump, in which case I'm in some trouble. Okay, who's my smartest scientist? Okay, looks like they're doing a conventional move. So my expectation would be that we should be able to take them. Oh, I'm very nervous. The base definitely gives us advantages. This is a big fight. This is definitely hard. Okay, so we just got creamed. Like, that, not even close, kind of creamed. How did they destroy my stuff? After the recent defeat in the Chatlib system, Admiral Rukagex seems to have become more skittish and self-doubting. It has become clear that the Admiral is no longer capable of commanding as large of a formation as before. Okay. So we gotta see how we can clean up the mess. So we lost a Titan and 8 battleships out of that, so we need to get the Titan under construction right away. The 8 battleships will follow kind of naturally. But yeah, that's a big loss for us just in terms of all the effort that we put into to building up all of that. Fortunately, Soao got through it. So I think I'm gonna have to reimagine the strategy a little bit. Well, I mean, damage has been done, right? We'll see. For now, let's just reclaim what's mine. Oh, I hate it when they split up like this. Okay, so our people didn't... we once again regained control of the Chatlib system and rebuilt our outpost in orbit around the star. Obviously not our citadel. So yeah, priority number 1. So yeah, I think I'm just going to take my hit squad. I'm going to abandon the effort to sort of clear out the unbidden in this area. Would have been nice to do, but clearly so much of our effort has been put into defending this, so I'm going to treat it like the priority the game wants me to make it. And fortunately, I do have a little bit of a bucket of influence to draw from, so we're going to be able to rebuild at a reasonably quick pace. And then anything remaining should probably be going into... Well, there's a few things I should be doing, actually. Okay, so first off, we need to get these guys into... Send them back home. They're not doing us any good there.
Boom. We built something.
I don't know what's going on with these numbers, but that scares the hell out of me. I'm probably overusing the jump, if I'm completely honest. But we need to defend our holdings. Interesting.
Found some enemies.
They're not attacking, which makes me... That weirds me out, to be honest. So again, I'm not going to do anything about this yet because I need to cool down from the recharge. But the plan is still going to be I'm going to just take out the Unbidden up here. This has been going on long enough that I want to properly put an end to all the extra effort that we're putting in. Okay. Obviously, I've got a lot of battleships to rebuild, so as much as I'd love to be putting this into terminal egress, we're still gonna knock out a few more of these. So the longer they wait... Uh-oh. The 100 strength fleet just vanished. It went somewhere. Okay, at this rate, even though we have some time left before the attack,
we built something. Found some enemies. Boom. We built something.
Okay, so the approach, we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did last time, only now we're actually going to be able to take out the big bases. And I'm just going to go sort of, I'm almost going to treat it like a printer, well, like an old printer, like line by line going up. And again, my preference would have been to work on the east, but it's clear, it's clear the game is kind of telling me something in terms of where my priorities should be. So at this point, I should stop resisting and just work with the priorities I've been given. So I'm going to be digesting these battleships and juggernauts for a while. I should probably cool it on that for a little bit, and I should probably focus on terminal egress again. One thing that I think would probably be helpful would be like maintain a certain level in terms of selling, because it just occurred to me I'm spending a whole lot of effort basically just kind of monkeying around with the different quantities to try and like keep it at 1.
Boom! We built something.
So yeah, this is the sort of thing I was a little worried was going to happen. So these guys may show up in the wormhole. Now, one possible way around that. So this guy's got the nervous trait. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 4 battleships. Am I going nuts? So this is a free fleet available. I'm just going to move them straight into Shorax, and I'm going to anticipate the need here. I can't go to Castaba, so there's a limit to what I can accomplish. But obviously we've got my little hit squad all ready to go here, so that'll be my second best. Okay, Senate's in session. They want to repeal natural sanctuaries. Okay. I will actually bring a motion of my own. The Galactic Standard will help me with the with my influence. So this is kind of a
we built something.
A longer run investment. Okay, not much for me to do. Nope, that's not true. Somebody else must be working on the mining job. So of course, I'd love to just go kind of bounding through this on my own and sort of claim this all for myself, but I have other priorities at the moment. What I am going to do, though, again, where I can, I'm going to zap the unbidden. There's the really strong one.
We
so
built something.
Ideally, I'm going to take these guys on
Construction
when there isn't a base. Okay. Time to colonize another world. Okay, so we're gonna go on a hunting expedition. In this case, let's just go take out whatever ships we can find. And then maybe what I'll also do is I'll take out any sectors that don't have like a big base in it. At least in that case, I'm minimizing the territory, and hopefully the AI can start to maybe carry some of its weight. So many jobs to be filled. Let's go back to terminal egress. Excuse me. Oh god, that feels like such a waste. I mean, it's not a waste long run, but in the interim, that's a lot of effort I just put in for something very simple. I'm short a ship on one of these fleets. I'm gonna have to send them some replacements anyway, but for the time being. Actually, yeah, let's work those out. So I believe an ideal fleet is now 23. Yep. So, actually I have quite a few that I need to replace. So, 2, 4, 7. I keep taking the flagship. I think that's the reason why I get those weird. Like I keep moving my admirals.
We built something.
Okay, this is good. Sorry, I realize this is not the most stimulating commentary, but right now this is just a matter of trying to clear out some nasty enemies. Now, a really big priority is to try and take out this fleet before it can get to one of its defensive positions, because this is a very strong fleet. Synth leader out of commission. Admiral S8751 Warform has suffered a terminal malfunction due to a manufacturing error. Oh, that's such a shame. That was my badass admiral. Okay. Let's make sure everybody's combined together. On paper, these numbers don't quite work, but...
Another bleeding-edge technology discovered.
Okay, so the Titan did wind up banged up. So I haven't really thought about how I repair in this scenario. Maybe we move towards the closest L gate. Shield hit points is probably the one I'm going for, but... Nope. Energy credits. It's just a little cheaper. So I want to be a little careful of what's going on here. Now this I haven't had to deal with in a while. Oh my god. I did not realize. We gotta get out of here. What? Oh no, I see what happened. Okay, we'll contribute what we can, because I think the Stellaris are actually going to take the brunt of this. But once I start seeing some of my ships take damage... Yeah, like that's something I gotta be worried about. We made it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that could have got a lot worse. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this, but I'll take it as like a first approximation. Obviously, I missed the message. Shorax also needs some attention. See, and I gotta remember it's worth it when I put that effort into the terminal egress, but it's really hard when you're seeing all this other stuff happening in the Empire to say that's the best use of your alloys. Okay, same story as before. We want to try and upgrade, maybe not hyper entertainment. Upgrade anything that's got room. And we can afford to boost Grunner. Wow. These numbers don't make sense at all. 41,000 when I have... Oh no, I got 106. Okay. It can go up to 5? I feel like I should be spreading the love here a little bit. Well, actually, it is my biggest world, so... And it generates a lot of stuff that I want. Oh, but there's other worlds that I can do this trick on, so let's go consumer goods. Right, this one's forever locked up. Eventually I gotta figure out some other tasks for Kuiper to do. Actually, that one... I think we'll do Mastery of Nature to Embiggen. Okay. I really don't know how I feel about... So, I mean, chasing this thing down kind of makes sense in its own way, just because, like, we're gonna clear out the Unbidden anyway, doing that. But I want to know sort of like where it's headed.
Preparing planet for resource extraction.
So I think in this case, I'm just gonna hold the 7 battleships back, because it looks like we're gonna be taking out. Looks like we're gonna be taking on the Unbidden in this area anyway. So either we're going to show up in our own territory or we're finally going to catch up. Actually, you know what? This makes it easier for everyone. Could end the session. Yeah, it's a little bit of a waste of influence, I think. Are they running? They're staying put. Okay, well, this does have some advantages. Oh. I lost a battleship and I didn't notice it.
Technology acquired.
Changes in how mineral deposits are evaluated relative to each other lead to more efficient boring patterns. Okay, so kinetic damage probably is the biggest priority. It kind of depends on the relative cost of things, though. So we'll do defense platform damage just because it's a little less expensive, but I feel just a little bad about it. Okay, I'm gonna do. Oh, I was originally gonna say I'm only gonna do 2 battleships, but I actually need to crank them out because it seems like we've worked through the queue pretty quickly. Let's combine these. So that Titan should probably be seeing action. Well, here's an easy answer to that. So move the Titan into the defensive group. And then I'm going to add 2 battleships to the defensive group as well. Yeah, so this is going to take forever to accomplish, but... And then there's going to be 1 ship in this group that needs a little extra care. As long as these guys stay still, I'm going to be reasonably happy.
Technology discovered. Rad.
0G construction yard of overwhelming proportion, capable of performing several spaceship assembly projects simultaneously. Okay. Monthly Unity is kind of tempting, and it's no more expensive than anything else. So the monthly Unity became tempting because of the Ascension tier. Oh, they ran off. Damn it. So we're going to just wind up chasing them down again. I was hoping to avoid that, but... I'm hoping this works. All right. I think I also have an idle science ship. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it on time now, but... we'll take the Maniac. So, first things first, I gotta get them to the Tway system. So, I'll research. Following that, there should be an archaeological job for them in this system somewhere. No, don't assist research. I'll work that out later. So I have no idea whether or not we're going to be able to catch up with these guys.
Incoming transmission. Let it go to voicemail.
I'm okay with a non-aggression pact. Got to roll back on the alloys for a little bit, but that's not that big of an inconvenience, and we've got a ton of consumer goods we can sell. So at some point I will try to bring in the Empire, but today is not that day. Okay, I don't know if we actually... Yes, okay, looks like we did catch them. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take out a Shipso. Yeah, honestly, and then the rest of it we'll just clear out everything that we can. Doesn't really have to be a whole lot of sense behind it. Void superiority. The construction of the impressive juggernaut has been completed. This mobile behemoth changes the paradigm of offensive warfare entirely. It can construct and repair ships on the front line and is equipped with devastating firepower, allowing for ceaseless assault of those who dare stand against us. Only fools will oppose the Natraxium Runrunners now.
The aliens are reaching out.
I decline all association status. So, how... I can never remember how strong the Juggernaut is on its own. Wow, 93? Cool. Well, I'm gonna get them to go munch on, Oh, hang on. Let's just slow down a second. Yeah, we're gonna have to redesign that, I think. Okay, well, some of this is some of this I don't get any options on, but so first things first, as many shields as we can possibly fit. Okay, so. I think it was the armor that we said was the second best. Oh, hang on, we're not quite ready to make that decision yet. So the strike craft we can't change, but we can bring in the Gauss cannon. So let me just double check that. Yeah, so these things are not so good against shields. Now, again, there's always that argument, well, it's like, once you get the shields down, it's really good against hull, and that's true, but we're not really there. I think Giga Cannon, yeah, I'm fine with that. So this is a realistic number I need to work with. So we will armor up. Okay. And can I afford to switch this to a shield capacitor? I can. Wow. Okay, so first thing we got to do is change the design. Eventually, I also want to start cranking out some battleships on its own. Oh wow, it's self-updating. That's really convenient. But yeah, I still want this thing munching on Unbidden.
Ships upgraded.
Actually, there might be a decent little supplement to the defensive posture in terminal egress. I'll think about it. Currently, it's not building anything defend. Oh, that's a lie.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, we need to wait before we can turn that into a citadel. Again, I'm reasonably happy with the progress we're making on this little run here. It looks like there's a pocket that I haven't taken care of yet, but the big thing for me is as long as we're pushing these guys away from my borders.
Found some enemies.
That blows. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna we're 4 days away. Okay.
Fleet lost.
Oh, damn it. Man, they really picked the perfect time. I mean, this thing's lost no matter what. Man, this thing just... every time. So one slightly good thing out of this is that we will finally be able to heal up the Titan. But it does, again, it kind of puts my my little conquest puts that on hold. If I cared, I would put this on the archaeology job, but I'm way too lazy to worry about that right now. Okay, we were going to turn this into a citadel, I believe. And again, terminal egress is getting priority as far as its defenses go, just because it does give us an edge when the bad guys show up. I may change that position once the Unbidden don't own territory with L cluster or with L gates, but for the time being, we're gonna stay put. Okay, that's never a good sign. Ah, now this'll be an interesting test. That's a lot of ships. We're gonna lose this. Yikes. We also lost a Titan out of that. That was a really, really big force that just came and took us out. So it's clear that I need to put even more into protecting the L cluster. That's astonishing. So I mean, we do what we can. We hold the line as best as we can, but clearly there's going to be a consequence for this. And as it turns out, putting all that effort into the defense didn't really mean a whole lot. Oh, they're running away. Ah! Okay. So there are some things that I can try and do to recover. There is only one ship that's sort of left to do its thing. And then I had my Juggernaut. I thought I had my Juggernaut. Yeah, that thing's still rumbling around. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what's left, but that's not looking good. Oh boy. So at least in this case, I've got sort of a ready-made fleet to deal with the pirates. That's not good. So I am quite nervous about the prospect of sending my Juggernaut after this. We've obviously lost the L gate. Okay, so they're going to Beta Corvi. That's where I'm heading. Now the important question is this thing healing? Yes, okay. So we're not going to, I'm not going to be too reactive to the AI, because again, the way that we stop enemy ships from generating is taking away their territory. So I'm going to head back to the home system. It's going to take a little bit of effort here. I'm feeling pretty nervous about using my Juggernaut like this. But it's the ship I've got in the system at the moment. And this guy is going to take his sweet time getting where he needs to be, so... Are you kidding me? There's absolutely no winning with this thing, because what's going to happen as a result of this, it's going to basically auto-win whatever fight it gets into, and then I'm going to have to deal with the starbase as well as the fleet. All right, let's see how this fight goes. I mean, encouraging early hits, but those shields are getting knocked down pretty quick. Oh, this thing is screwed. I'll retreat in the last possible second, but I gotta be real careful. Wow, I was not expecting to see that happen. So, I mean, obviously we got a lot of work ahead of us in terms of repairing everything. So let's get a construction ship to head over there. I think we're already working on the new Titan. Or maybe we aren't because I couldn't afford it. God, I can build more than one Titan? I can build 3 Titans. So either I lost a ton of Titans, which is possible. Yeah, that's almost certainly what happened. Well, okay, no, but we can also build 7 Titan-class ships. So obviously something changed. And I'm losing a lot of money, so let's just knock that down by 100 till we get a clearer idea of what's going on. So I'm assuming this thing just self-repairs?
Incoming transmission.
No. But yeah, that was an enormous fleet that came after us in the L cluster. So I'm hoping this means that I get a brief reprieve so far as kind of invading forces, and I should take advantage of this opportunity to you know, prepare for the next encounter. I think it's pretty clear I'm gonna have to chase this guy down. Oh my god, did I not? Ah! So wait a minute. While all of these ships were healing, what the hell was this thing doing? Okay. Got a really easy way to fix this. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. This group, we're going to jump them ahead. So I'm going to get them to chase down this group over here. Okay, just stop. The ships in this area we're going to start working on. We're going to do the same plan we had before. It's just going to there's just going to be sort of this digression with this fleet. So one of the reasons why I need to chase down fleets like this is, again, you need exactly one. You need exactly one unbidden fleet to be able to get them to rebuild all these borders. So they are a real nuisance to deal with. Speaking of, I don't know where they came from, but I'm assuming we lose this because, again, they just kind of get to insta-win everything that they do. Yeah, so now I've got a base to deal with, because that's fun.
The aliens are reaching out.
Okay, these guys. I think we're gonna head back to our usual. I'm kind of curious what's going to be happening here. Okay, should be a lot of ships here that are... So I guess maybe one of the first things I can do is just take... okay, so... oh, man, this game really loves frustrating me. I kind of feel like there's a lot of cases where the intent is clear, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't let you do what you want. So, like, here's a great example. Like, okay, so I'll add a Titan. Our Empire can only support 7 Titan-class fleets. I'm like, yeah, but, like, I don't have 7 in this. I was like, oh, but you've already built them in the queue. It's like, yeah, but they're not in the fleet manager, so I can't work with those. I would have been working with those if I could. And I don't know. It just winds up feeling like a really bad kind of comedy routine. So anyways, we're waiting on Titans before I get a couple of these fleets back in. Clearly we need to be building a bunch of battleships too, but in this case here, we actually have more Titans than we have fleets capable of supporting them. Okay, so got a few things to do with my construction ships. But doesn't mean my Juggernaut can't go make people sad. I was hoping we might get lucky.
Found some enemies.
I think we're going to be chasing these guys forever. Okay, so we're rebuilding, that's fine. That works. I'm actually going to switch things around a little bit, so we're going to take Holden here. Yeah, so they were rebuilding.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Again, I gotta watch these really carefully because they've got a bad habit of ruining my day. The real priority here is, given what happened in Terminal Egress, it's a big priority for me to try and kill as many of the enemy-generating buildings as possible. And I need to do that before the next wave because we're probably not going to be in a position to be able to... we're probably not going to be in a position to sort of withstand whatever attack comes. Now that was unexpected. I kind of expected we'd be chasing them all over the galaxy. So let's go, well, here, we'll start with a jump. And I think in this case we're going to go on a little detour. That's just because this this fleet's going to need some time to get into position.
Planetary production hub established.
Okay. So priority number 1, turn it into a Gaia world. Excellent, more slaves. It feels a little weird to do this, but I'm actually going to make this a farming world. And that's just because I can foresee a situation... Well... No. That's actually not the right call, because I'm already trading out 200 food. So mineral first. Even minerals aren't actually that high of a priority, but it's a natural resource, so... And then we'll do our usual gene clinic. Stronghold. So I gotta I kind of gotta shift those priorities a little bit. So gene clinic should go to the top. Hollow theaters. City district. Okay. So there's a small argument for food just because of the new bale on the planet, but it's probably not a first priority, let's say. Okay, and I can afford to build a whole lot more ships than I actually am. Okay, so this Juggernaut actually operates in a kind of a unique little space. I actually don't mind kind of using it to go take out little pockets of Unbidden. Like basically any areas where it doesn't have a anytime that there isn't like a defensive structure sort of in place to cause problems.
Boom! We built something.
Okay, let me just see what's going on. So again, this kind of feels pointless because unless I can build the defensive systems, all of this is for nothing, but let's... I can't be too pessimistic. Like again, I do want to try and be... Like I do want to try and keep a positive attitude while playing the game. Obviously, I've gone well over time, but like I said, we are approaching kind of the end game of this strategy. Like we are eradicating the Unbidden. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? We'd like to extend the deal. Actually, also doing pretty well for energy credits. So this is going to be a weird path that I don't like that. Let's just jump. It's like, this is the time I'd really consider having like a side mission to just clear the last of this Unbidden, because like then I never need to worry about it in this side of the galaxy again. But I still want to focus on the strategy. Ooh, looks like they're coming after us. Well, I won't complain. Okay, so this will help me gain more influence. In fact, you'll notice I'm sitting on a ton of it already. So that's not a bad place to be. Now, of course, there's the question about how I use it, but... After recent victory in the Isperia system, Admiral Dronafeg appears to have developed a new interest in naval theory. She has begun experimenting with some radical new strategies and tactics. I wish I had a way of speeding up the Titans. So way I see it here, like, this is a nice little opportunity for me. I'm just gonna keep eating whatever fleets I can find. Now I want to be maybe a little careful after the Cormagus system, because it does look like there's a fairly high concentration of enemies in here. But as long as I'm not taking damage, I'm okay giving... Ah, my god. Why? What happened here? There was really no indication that there was going to be a big... So I'm going to have to retreat. Well, I mean, we'll take a look and see what happens, but I'm pretty sure we're not... Hang on. This can't reach me. Oh, that's huge. Okay. This completely changes my approach. So I didn't think we were going to be able to... I didn't think we were going to be able to do it this way. But we are going to be able to crush the... we're going to be able to crush the Unbidden doing this. And I'm going to start doing some of the nonsense that the AI likes to do to me. So basically it looks like the... most of the weapons that the bases fire at me aren't kind of far enough away. So like we're taking damage, but we're not really taking enough for the station to be destroyed. So essentially what that means... so more ships than I was planning on, but we should still be able to beat them. We did lose some battleships though. Quite a few, actually. So that's not good. I think best I can hope for in this case... Let's just take 3 battleships and get them where they need to be. This is definitely going to be a bit of a struggle, but...
Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay. So yeah, basically the fact that there's something very interesting about how that little fight went. So basically the Juggernaut is capable of fighting the enemy, like is capable of fighting the Unbidden at a range... the bases for the Unbidden at a range that causes like, even though it's technically weaker, it's able to outlast. And so that's basically going to mean that... So there's definitely going to be like a little finessing to do for sure. But overall, like, we're in a situation where we're actually going to be able to win a lot more encounters than I'd previously thought. So this is a really counterintuitive approach, given the fact that I'm actually trying to sort of heal up this group. Okay, that's no good. Essentially, I'm taking fights that I know I can easily come back from. And that's going to allow me to get the sort of the reserve forces, the trio... I don't even know where they are. Okay. That's going to give me enough time to kind of get them where they need to be. Now, again, if enemy ships get generated in between, that's a big problem. They're going to go through that. They're going to come through this wormhole. But yeah, so basically I've got there's like two angles to this now. Actually, what we're going to do here, even though I'm sort of coming out of the jump, we're going to take the fight to them. But yeah, so basically, I'm gonna have one team to clear all of the lighter bases for the Unbidden, and then the Juggernaut is going to take out the sort of the primary bases that they have. Well, it cannot be denied that the intoxicating effects of Kuiper Quintus atmosphere are enjoyable and even helpful in some cases. There is pressure from the more conservative parts of the Natraxium Runrunners to crack down on the possibly addictive gases. So, shut it down.
Log updated.
This is going to need a... okay.
Research complete.
The atmosphere in Kuiper Quintus has been cleansed of its intoxicating elements. Okay. You should have a construction ship already claiming... yeah. Let's go... I think I'm actually going to start claiming some more territories. Yeah, so we took Voldox. Let's now move out to these systems. For starters, I'll probably also take some of these, but I want to do it gradually. It's mostly just to make sure that my influence doesn't fall too, or I don't have too much waste. Okay. Again, the real aim here is to take unfair fights wherever possible. And this thing is up and ready to go, so we're going to turn off the... we're going to turn off the danger sign, and we are going to make our move. So again, I definitely want to watch the Juggernaut and make sure that it's performing, because if I get this calculation wrong, there's big problems. Okay, that science ship is kind of in hot demand now. Probably won't be able to pull it off. Yeah, no way to reach the project. Right, because of the amoeba. Well, we'll see if it works out. But yeah, so given the fact that the Juggernaut is capable of popping enemy or unbidden bases, that now means that I can kind of have my little gang that's running around beating up on like the easy to get unbidden territories, and then the Juggernaut just kind of comes in for the cleanup job. So we definitely are clearing this out, and then we get to sort of focus all our attention over here. And of course, the hope is that we, when all is said and done, we do this before the reinforcements show up. Which is not guaranteed, incidentally.
Boom! We built something.
Okay, this is... Ah, excellent. So whether or not we get to hold on to this is a whole other question, but the AI's done some silly things against us this way. We can two can play at that game. Okay. So I do want to be mindful of the unbidden in these areas. I think it's fair to say that this is the end of our little expedition.
Boom! We built something.
Okay, now, like I said, I'm very interested in how this little encounter works. It's like right now its armor is completely shredded. Its hull points are getting knocked down by the ships. The basic fact is that the survivability of the Juggernaut is what's really making this work. Now, there's an enemy fleet on its way, so we're not going to engage them here, but yeah, if they're going to come to us, we will happily meet them on the battlefield. Minor improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. What can we do with our science? Let's do building costs. And we'll just take a quick look at the situation log. So yeah, we've opened a yawning gap. So it used to be the Stellaris was our big threat. It's actually our longtime allies, the Nar Consciousness, that are our potential rival. But we've definitely got a big gap between the two. So okay, I got to keep an eye on what's going on with these construction ships, because it's starting to undo some of the work. Not quite how I planned this going. Oh, actually, we lost a ship out of that. 2 battleships. And again, that was just because one decided to join the fight and the other didn't. So even though we're building reinforcements, there's still actually not enough. Oh, that's bad. Actually, I think this might be the sector where they originally came from. Okay, so it's only shield damage that we're taking. It's actually, we're at less than half. So we have our game plan for eliminating the unbidden. So I think we can afford to bring this guy into... Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We'll bring them here. Looks like I've got another L gate that I can take for myself. So what construction ship's idle?
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Cross-linking weapon systems to fire staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. Do planetary build speed again. That's more just because I don't want to completely neglect all of my... all of my tech. I also have... It's been a while since I've... oh, that may be bad. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's been a while since I've taken a look at my territories, so let's reorganize... Oh. It's a rare thing for me to see some Raxar unemployed. So priority number 1, just get rid of the unemployment. And then number 2, we are going to see if there's any upgrades we can do on certain worlds. I wish I knew what the cap was. Okay. Consumer goods do give me more money. So yeah, we're still building the groundwork here. Okay. Definitely improve the administrative center. That gets me Unity. Unity will be put towards the Ascension levels. Okay, I'd say that's... we're in good shape there. I'll probably end the this looks fairly contentious, so I'll maybe end the session. Oh, actually, it's currently being opposed. Okay, well, hopefully we can bring that. I think it's a little too late for me to try and bring them on side. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if it fails, it fails. I was really hoping to improve my influence gain on that, but if it doesn't turn out that way, you know, that's a shame, but that's not fatal. I will maybe be a little more careful in future for proposals, though. But yeah, so like I said, given this new reality with the Juggernaut, the question is, what's the best way for me to clear the path so that either my little gang... Oh, wow, the Nars actually learned the trick as well. Cool. So that actually means that I need to be a little careful, because the Nar may be able to start getting some like good boy points for taking out the crisis. But I have my own, I kind of have my own solutions for that.
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise with a budding empire. I think we're just going to keep going for the special buildings at this point. Oh! So we will end the session and pass the resolution. And oh, I didn't realize it'd be 2,000 days before I can declare the Imperium.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, so overall, this is a fairly encouraging sequence of events. I want to be a little careful of how everything's turning out. Like, obviously, if I get reckless with my ship movements, there will be consequences. But at the moment, I'm going to be able to get my gang back together to start really wailing on the enemy territory.
Construction complete.
So again, at this point, I'm happy to just take out the low-hanging fruit. We should probably get a second construction ship to build things behind them. Now, I also suspect I've probably got some Titans that I've generated that I'm not currently using. Yeah. Okay, so let's stick out one Titan. So these guys are ready to go. Let's get them... I mean, it's a rough sketch at this point, but... Clearly this is not the order we should be working with. Yeah, honestly, like this is just a matter of like trying to drag the... Oh god, I was really asleep at the switch. Okay, let's just take a look at the... Right, so like Julau, Takvat, I do need to deal with these at some point. But let's... For the ones that we just turned into citadels and are actually like defending stuff that we need. So missile hangar, guns forever, field generator, target uplink, defensive grid. I think I usually do command center afterwards unless there's something else. Japris. Right, you're the new caster. Excuse me. There might be some differences for this particular one, but okay. Build as many battleships as possible, and we'll leave it at that for now.
Found some enemies.
So one of my bigger tasks right now is just to get all my fleet sort of unified again.
Debris analyzed.
I'm curious to see what the numbers look like after the month turns over. Okay, we're still losing money, and we need strategic resources. Okay, and then we're generating a big surplus of consumer goods, which is not a bad place to be. We'll see where our balance is after that, because I have a feeling we're gonna... I think I'll propose GDF expansion just because I know declaring the Galactic Imperium is it's going to take a while. Now that's a problem I was not expecting to have for a while. So we'll kill 10,000 and then we're actually going to start selling. Let's sell 200 of those. So we'll reacquire, like we'll rebuild our levels, but we'll kind of rebuild them at a slower pace. Obviously my priority right now is to get my fleets back to full capacity. Also, I probably have some idle fleets kicking around, so let's get everybody unified.
We analyzed some debris. Construction complete.
So basically, this little gang here, I'm gonna move everyone around, and I think probably what I'll do is I'll take this bit out first, and then I'm actually gonna move into this area. It's gonna be a very counterintuitive path, but there's a specific reason why I want to do it in this order. Again, the good news here is that we've got four fleets kind of participating in this little expedition, which is better than what I used to have. Now, what are we looking at for our numbers? Okay, that makes sense. It does not make sense for you to have that many. Now, am I allowed to have a Titan? Of course not. There's a side of me that just wants to say, like, you know, do the automatically rebuild the fleet sort of command. I just think it's going to result in a bunch of ships flying around to places they shouldn't, so I'll try and be patient. Okay, new council. I do eventually want to reduce the council down to just me, basically. But I think I don't think I'll be allowed to... Yeah, I'm going to have to introduce, or I'm not allowed to introduce more actions. Again, just keep pounding out battleships until, basically, once I'm back to full capacity, then I'll consider, going back to building defensive platforms, because I'm gonna have to rebuild all of my all my star bases anyway. You know, this is a setup that's very much designed for the crisis I'm currently facing, but the next enemy is likely going to be the Stellaris. So with that in mind, I'm going to have to sort of work out exactly what you know, what my priorities are, where I need strong points, where I can sort of afford to reduce, you know, reduce my ships down to something a little more modest. And again, this will all be solved. It's just,
We built something.
I need to... spend a bit of time just figuring it all out. Okay, so somebody spent a bunch of money on alloys, it looks like. So the good news is we're at least getting citadels again. We're 3 ships away from yet another fleet to add to the group. So I've gotten a little more relaxed with the Juggernaut. It's kind of demonstrated that it can do the thing I want it to do. So the next question would be, where do I want to move it next? I think probably I'll maybe move it in deep. I'd be a little careful on that, just because the like if they wind up with a fleet in the area, my Juggernaut could be in trouble. Let's take a look. So yeah, this is I'm fine with this because I should be able to get eyes on what the enemy positions are. Why is there only one group? Okay, here we are. So the plan here is we're going to take Philomere. We're actually going to take the whole group to take out this base. We're probably also going to have to do some extra attacks just to sort of deal with these little clusters in this area. But we're not going to go... We're not going to make the move on Gathric. Well, you know what? Maybe we should. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And we will abstain from voting. We have elected Frolickson, previously governor on Kirox's private stash, to become the next ruler. I can gain claims if I want them, but not really any reason to do that. So once again, so I think there's nothing else in Kuiper for us to claim, but clearly we have other opportunities. All right, we're at 23, so these guys, first of all, need an admiral. And then we're going to move them... I'm actually going to start them off on cleanup in the other areas. Okay, so we need everybody in Philomere, and then we make the move on Banus. I actually think I am going to leave Gathrica alone, because I believe Gathrica was the source. I think we need to... I don't know where I get this impression from, but I believe... This worries me. I get the impression that I have to clear out other forces. One thing I'm worried about is that if Gathrica really is like the source, and the Unbidden just wind up shifting somewhere else, that is probably going to be a big pain in the ass to fix.
Construction complete.
Okay, that's fine.
Construction complete.
Again, continuing to crank out battleships until we don't need them anymore. And we are all in position, so now we take out a base. So this is one of these situations where I may wind up losing ships.
Enemies.
That sucks. Okay. So obviously we need to deal with this.
We've got to shake those hostiles.
Oh, god damn it. This is definitely my least favorite definitely my least favorite situation to deal with. Like, I guess it's one of these cases, I've really been trying to think about it. I guess it's one of these cases where I don't know what the value is in making a player feel hopeless. And it definitely feels like in that particular case, like you're just... Like, I guess what I would say is, like, what could I have possibly done? Like, we are on the offensive here against the Unbidden. Like, we are clearly knocking out their ability to generate new ships. We've effectively expelled them from the area, and yet there was one ship that was able to just completely bypass all of the defenses and wipe out a science ship, and I still need to work on getting a ship in place to deal with it. I'm just really struggling to see what that experience adds. So, anyways, obviously I gotta be careful on where I direct my ire, because the one thing I don't want to be is the sort of player who's like, you know, I'm not gonna like this game unless I'm winning all the time. That's not a good attitude to have for a game, but in this case I really do feel like, Jesus, yeah, and this sort of stuff just drives me bananas. Because, like, we're obviously gonna take it out, but there's just going to be this whole song and dance of trying to make this happen. Anyways, I'll stop whinging. I'll take my lumps. I'll move on. Gonna have to redirect a construction ship to repair what was lost. Yeah, it looks like there's ships kind of popping out of everywhere. Oh, now they're moving to Chatlib. So, yeah, they would have gone after the... Ugh! I've changed my mind. We're gonna go to Gatherka. So I'm hoping Chatlib sort of holds the line as long as it can. Oh, they pulled it off. Cool. Obviously, there's more ships potentially on their way, so I got to be careful about that. Sorry for sneezing into the mic. Okay, I should maybe get a better inventory of ships that are on the way. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn it. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, we gotta get it up to 23, so 17, 18, 19, 20. And I'm just going to write myself an IOU. So 3 plus replacements. And I do intend to kind of put this to bed, but I may need to take a quick trip to the bathroom because it has been about 4.5 hours. And of course I was recording for about a half hour before things went screwy, so maybe I should just do that now. Yeah, tell you what, I'll be back in just a second. Sorry about that. Okay, my apologies. I should be good for the rest of the session. So I'm starting to lose track of some of my fleets, which is never a happy place to be, but... So one thing I'm going to want to do is sort of clear out all the ships in this general area, because this is the sort of stuff that can... Actually, let's do that right now. So I don't actually expect all of this to work out this way, but it'll give the fleet something to target. Do I not have an admiral for that? Oh, there we go. It's my lesser admiral, but beggars can't be choosers at this point. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, let's take a trio. Move them in there. And these two, I'm going to get sort of mopping up the remainder. So obviously that's a dangerous move because I'm taking a weakened fleet and putting it right on top of an enemy fleet. But the intention is to sort of get a kill as early as possible. And of course now we can draw our attention to these guys. The goal will still be Gathrika, and again that's just because of the annoyance of having to deal with that little expedition to the side there. But
Construction complete.
okay, what's the story here? I think in this case I'm just going to keep building star bases until... destroyer. What was it? No. Okay, I gotta write my IOUs. So 1 battleship to complete the fleet, and then I worry about replacements, and then maybe I'll start putting the alloys towards defensive positions again. Senate's in session for... Okay, so I could end the session, but we're at 500 influence, so I think in this case I'll let it...
Boom.
I'll let it run naturally. In this case, I'm also going to cancel the trade for food because I have a feeling I'm going to need to build up that stockpile. Increasingly powerful computation paradigms allow us to adapt individual construction projects to planetary and ultralocal gravitational conditions. So, shields look attractive, but there's a really big gap in terms of cost, so I am actually going to start messing around with some of those other numbers. Okay, so eventually I do want to be getting more defensive constructions, or sorry, more defensive projects in place. Yes, we're still going to chase these guys down. It's going to take forever, but... So I think that covers everything. So this isn't enough to go after Gathrika yet. I don't think we're gonna get these guys in time. Yeah, instant movement's not easy to contend with.
We built something.
So again, it's kind of Wild West here, so I'm just going to grab as much as I can, and we'll worry about how to build and maintain everything later.
Technology discovered. Rad.
Okay, the application of game and puzzle theory has a potential to greatly optimize modular assembly and construction. Kinetic weapon damage is pretty much... Yeah, we'll do damage first and then attack speed. I'll see... This might resolve itself. So we may have a little bit of trouble with the... given the trade deal that we did with the Nar Consciousness. The good news, though, is that it's not that expensive for us to buy food on the galactic market. So, in fact, there's a fun little arbitrage opportunity if you think of it. Like, if I think that the price is going to be the same, I can actually sell as much food to the Nar as they'd be willing to buy at a profit. The problem is that if the spike goes up, then, you know, I'm the one kind of left holding the bag, so I don't do that. But an artistic beacon of stellar scale, this installation inspires and represents the spirit of its creators. Okay. Let's do... God, there's a lot. I'll do Amoeba Flagella just because it's a quick one. Gives me another kick at the can. Did the enemy ship really go away? I guess it did. So we'll just do a natural move to Tirga. We won't jump or anything. And then these guys are going to move into Fiedma. Surely the Juggernaut has arrived. Yeah. It's a little late to the party, but... Actually, you know what? There's a slight advantage to me being a bit of a slowpoke in taking Gathrika, because it just occurred to me we can wipe out all of this unbidden territory with the Juggernaut. We can run our guys through this lower region, and then we get to focus on Gathrika, because I believe... I don't know, there's just something really nice about being able to like finish it in the region where it started. It's kind of like a nice little flourish at the end. I'm sure I will regret going for style points, but... Oop. Okay. It's always beautiful to see those Titan weapons hit the unshielded.
Wow, we really hit this tech out of the ballpark.
By breeding space amoebas in captivity, we can program their symbiotic flagella to act as organic strike craft for our navy. Do I want to do interstellar assembly? It's kind of tempting. I'll do strategic coordination center first. And I think at this point I do need to roll back my alloy purchases, but I can start. I can kind of start prioritizing some of my defenses again. Yeah, so I've got the citadels. So as is usually the case, we'll take care of terminal egress first. So I think this is the ion cannon. It does have an ion cannon, right? I wish I had a way of... Irid call. Okay. Yes. So... Okay, so it's at capacity. Zandaban is now a citadel. Zandaban is not the one I wanted, though. It's a Zorican black hole. Okay, so that's not yet a citadel. Chatlib has definitely been one to sort of hold the line for us in the past, so again, it's going to be slower progress. But I think we can handle it. Governing ethics shift in the enlightened kingdom of Khan Aramis. Following a long period of growing support for the Xeno-Compassion movement, the enlightened kingdom of Khan Aramis has finally embraced the faction, adopting their core values and policies. As a result of bringing the faction into their government, they become more outwardly xenophilic. Let's just double check the victory status. So yeah, we are running ahead of our allies. Following his recent sensor sweep of the Santidar system, Admiral Loxodal has learned how to deploy his units to maximize their sensor range. Few fleet commanders possess the skill to carry out such complex maneuvers. So, well, my admirals are not 100% screw-ups. Every once in a while, they'll do the right thing. This Juggernaut's a beast. I definitely need to I need to remember how effective the Juggernaut is as a something that contributes something to combat.
Boom! We built something. Construction complete.
Oh, we've got unemployment, so let's take a second here and rebalance our economy. So I was originally going to say, oh wow, maybe I should refocus on food, but again, like I said, there's so much food that is being there's so much food that's being used in those trades that's not really the right. That's kind of not the right response. What I should be focusing on instead is, you know, how do I... I'm actually overemphasizing minerals, I think. So I will do food just because I can on this world, but... and again, we'll do the usual audit. So any worlds that have free jobs available, we'll give them an upgrade. Or sorry, that don't have free jobs. Yeah. So these ones we want to try and make sure that that growth is being absorbed on world, at least as much as we can. The other thing is that a lot of trade is going to get released once this war is done, because I'm spending a lot on getting a combat advantage against the crisis, and we're not going to be spending that when the crisis is over. We may go to war, but we're not necessarily going to be spending quite the same way. Okay. I believe terminal egress is now fully outfitted. Yes. So his chat lib is the next. We're almost just a year away. There may be an advantage to me extending the crisis for that, actually. See, I am gonna go for my flourish. As silly as it sounds, but it's just because if the crisis is still going on and I can get the Imperium...
priming planet for settlement. Incoming transmission.
Nope. Well, let's deal with the unemployment.
Boom! We built something. Construction complete.
Gotta be a little careful of my influence, but we're still doing okay. Okay, GDF expansion is passed. So less than a year. And again, I want to be careful on this, but I definitely want to do it. So this is just going to be one of these cases where I'll maybe drag my feet on delivering the coup de grace, at least as much as I can. Like, obviously the Stellaris might force my hand, but I have a feeling they're just going to get they're bringing the big guns. Okay, so I may need to. If I want to be the real hero, I may need to... Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah, they're waiting until I make my move so they can just kind of jump in and claim some glory. Okay, obviously. So I'm now buying food, and we'll bring the alloys back a little bit.
Ding, ding, ding.
No. Not quite ready for that. Now this will be interesting, so I want to see how well this
Incoming
fleet does.
transmission. Let it go to voicemail.
So it definitely looks like they're doing a good job against the, it definitely looks like they're doing a good job against them, but I have a feeling they're going to get, they're going to kind of break against the base.
The aliens are reaching out.
Stop offering... No, I will not join your stupid group. Holy crap, okay. I really am taking my sweet time getting this done. Okay, so yes, the Stellaris could not deliver. These ones might. So we're slowly making our way to the final goal. That thing's at less than half health. Yeah, so they just keep breaking themselves against the... Although this might be more promising. I'm very interested to see whether or not they can pull it off here. Yeah, they had the right idea. I don't know why they decided to go in one by one. That was definitely very questionable on that front, but otherwise that was actually not a bad effort. So anyways, we'll finish our duties here.
Ding, ding, ding.
Stop.
Boom. We built something.
Okay. Am I allowed to declare the Empire yet?
Boom. We built something.
Okay, this is a pretty obvious batch of upgrades. Or it may not be obvious because the crisis is almost done, but for now we'll treat it as if I'm at the point where I want to treat this crisis as if it's constantly ongoing until it says the crisis has been defeated. Because there's going to be a whole bunch of changes I need to make to sort of reorient the Empire. But again, priorities, first of all, once the... so I've got
Incoming
the
transmission.
influence for the influence for the measure. Please extend the deal. I just need the time. Okay. Okay, so apparently we're a lot more efficient with food. The Star Nation, formerly known as the Loxongrekval Royal States, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. So our former rival is no more. Again, I'm not quite sure why we just got a sudden influx of food. But I'm happy to be able to sell something. Insulting Poiran Envoy. It appears that a mischievous third party was able to hack into the translation software of the Poiran Envoy to Kirox's private stash. Mekhlatar Atum, so that instead of uttering magnanimous platitudes, she began spewing vicious insults that left none unscathed. The malfunction in her equipment was duly uncovered, but not before Boss Froxlin was declared to be a vile lizard, a grave insult which surely calls for a response. Well, that was funny. So, Xenocomedy modifier added for 10 years, amenities, Xenophile ethics attraction, and the opinion goes higher. Or we could get more influence. We'll say that was funny. The end of the Empire of Nafithi. The Star Nation, formerly known as the Empire of Nafithi, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. Again, I'm doing my best to get this all done on time.
The aliens are reaching out.
I'm really curious to see, like, I don't know if I want to delay finishing the Unbidden before the Imperium vote or not. We'll see how it goes. Right now it looks like the Tekkaris are happy to just claim every piece of territory in sight, so... The Conisthians display psionic potential. Latent psionic powers have begun to manifest in certain individuals belonging to the Conisthian species, according to leaked reports from authorities in the Elaton Kingdom of Conaramis. This must be a fairly recent development, since we have no record of Conathians ever displaying psionic abilities on file. According to the leaked reports, these powers are so far limited to a very small minority of Conathian species as a whole. Scientists in the enlightened Kingdom of Conoramus have offered no explanation. How peculiar. Okay, I do have a spare fleet to work with. In this case, I'm just going to use them to clean up. Oh no, please don't. Not you. Where's your stop button? So in this case, I think this is definitely killing a fly with an anvil, but in this case, I don't think it hurts to clear out anything that that will stop our expansion. That's obviously the next priority once we have our empire. Okay, so we have got to... I mean, I'm not in a rush to bring these guys in against the Unbidden, but I might as well do it, right?
Boom. We built something.
We've got a way to go before the before we can declare... before we can sort of end the session. So I think I am going to take advantage of the crisis to claim... to seize power, basically. Kind of seems like a classic move. And let's face it, they're fairly well contained. There is the small possibility that something pops out of the base and goes into the Tigra system. I'm slightly worried about that, but not enough to not enough to be in sort of full panic. I do want to be a little careful on... So that's going to cost me... That doesn't say. We'll have enough months to go by to get a handle on it, but I should maybe be a little more careful for future bases. Also, I suspect, yeah, we're sitting on a lot of unities. So I think it wasn't Kefroth. It was it started with a G. Gruner? Yeah. So what's the highest level you can get to? Okay, clearly I'm really skimping on the alloys here. Now, one of the bits of good news is that once we establish some proper like lines against the Techaris, if we do wind up going to war with them, one of the things that's going to be nice is that they are not going to be able to escape my FTL blockers. So places like the terminal egress will actually have teeth in a way that they don't against the crisis. So that's one small benefit. I'm not eager to go to war like immediately after completing the crisis, but I have that option if
Boom. We built something.
If it comes to it. I wonder if that... I think I might have miscalculated. Yeah, I need one more. That's fine. It shouldn't be hard to...
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Increasingly powerful computation paradigms allow us to adapt individual construction projects to planetary and ultra-local gravitational conditions. I will go for... Actually, in this case, we'll go back to energy weapons research. In this case, I want to try and... oh, wow, that difference between us and the Nar consciousness is closed quite a bit. And it's because of the Federation status. Okay, well that gives me all the more reason to focus on the Imperium, because we've obviously got 14 years to go, and it is entirely possible that they are going to overtake us. Aha! Yeah, so we've definitely got a few... We got a few things to worry about here. So, number one. Let's take 2. Rexar refugees fleeing... What? From Ronzar, blood letters have arrived on... I didn't realize there were Rexari in... Okay, perfect. So again, we want to contain, first of all. So these guys are not going to be too helpful for the kind of the immediate future. But again, I want to blunt the
Prime for production.
I want to blunt the effect of the Federation before I end the crisis, because ending the crisis means that there's no more score that's generating for me. Okay, so priority number 1, life seed it. So this probably is... I'll probably make this a generator world. So we'll start with Gene Clinic, Holo Theater, Fortress... or Stronghold. And we'll give it the energy grid just so it knows what to do.
Construction complete.
The First Galactic Imperium. It is the dawn of a new order. The old galactic community has been dismantled, and in its place, the First Galactic Imperium has risen. After claiming our rightful place on the throne of this new pan-galactic state, we are now known as the Impericorp. In a lavish coronation ceremony broadcast across the entire galaxy, a new imperial dynasty was established when Froxelan was crowned the Imperial Executive on Kirox's private stash. Long live the Imperial Executive, long live the Imperium. 250 influence. The rise of the Imperium is upon us. The galactic community is now known as the Galactic Imperium. We are now known as the Impericorp. We have the Galactic Sovereign Civic. Our ethics have radically shifted towards authoritarianism, and Imperial member states can no longer wage offensive wars against us. Hear, hear.
Wow, we really hit this tech out
I
of the
thought
ballpark.
Federations got eliminated. Well, I'll have to subjugate some people, I guess. Either way, though, we'll let the Okay. So I'm going to have to mess around with some of these. So I definitely prefer things like, change council size and so on. But I'm going to have to mess around with those numbers on my own. I am a little bit worried, though, about the whole Federation system. I am really going to have to start breaking these things up. So, for starters, let's do Imperial Armada. And then I'm going to have to start messing around with the orders of things to... All Galactic Imperium members will leave any Federation they are part of. There we go.
Transmission.
So the Omni sequence has left the Cosmic Treaty Organization. I'm assuming there's a bunch that are going to be like that. Okay. Facility synchronizing the National Starbase Network, augmenting defensive and offensive capabilities. This is Society. I think in this case I'm going to go for cheap tech again. We got a little too close to the Nar consciousness overtaking us. Ultra-dense slugs can punch through even the strongest of projected shields. Next up, let's do strike craft attack speed. That's definitely something that the Juggernaut's good at. Okay, what's the story with these guys? Right, so now we can just kind of expand all we want, really. I'll maybe do it one at a time. What's the story with the debris? Ah, right. Okay. So I've been sitting on this science ship forever. So start by researching. Actually, there's going to be a bunch of research, so I think I'll just leave it in place. The Imperial Armada. All references to the old galactic community are being swept away in the new Imperium. As part of this reorganization, the Galactic Defense Force has changed its name to the Imperial Armada. This new fleet has inherited much of the rank structure and organization from the GDF, but new uniforms and insignia have been introduced, and all serving members are required to swear an oath of allegiance to the Imperial Executive. While the Armada's ship crews and support personnel are still recruited from all members of the Imperium, the percentage of Raxar officers has dramatically increased, as it should be. Okay, we already succeeded with that. Measures passed. Federation of Zaco is left. Miravandia is left. Nar Conch. Yeah, so there was just one Federation. I will decline, because if it comes down to it, I want to be able to knock out the Nar. But yeah, they are considerably weakened by kind of the erasure of their Federation, which is good. Okay, so what am I waiting for? It's time for the final battle. Imperial Vice Executive Tredegat has the new heir to our empire and will take the throne when our current ruler dies.
Incoming transmission.
The Omni sequence would like a defensive pact, as would the Poiran tribe. So I do need to figure out exactly what postures I would like. The dimensional portal is destroyed. The dimensional portal in the Gathrika system has been destroyed. This means that the extra-dimensional invaders can no longer receive reinforcements from their twisted realm. With the destruction of this portal, the end of these invasions is finally in sight. A profound sense of elation has settled over most of the galaxy. The Empiricorp has won much admiration since it was their ships that struck the final blow against the portal. The crews of those vessels will be celebrated as heroes for generations to come. The galaxy is a safer place. The invasion is defeated. The last vestiges of the extra-dimensional invaders have been wiped out, hopefully ridding the galaxy of this threat for good. Sapients everywhere are celebrating the news of this great victory, safe at last in the knowledge that they won't be harvested as food by these strange energy creatures after all. Perhaps this is the beginning of a new era of galactic cooperation and friendship? We shall see. So, this is definitely the point I wanted to get to. So I believe this is the first time I've actually been able to defeat the extra-dimensional invaders. But on top of that, what I really like about this, and I obviously we still have a way to go. We've got 14 years of game time to pass.
Let it go to voicemail.
Okay. What do we get out of it? Okay, equivalent research, I'll accept that. Fine with the new heir. Actually, the first thing I should do is see if I can find any new vassals. Okay, so here's how I should be looking at this. Who are my most likely vassal targets? So Miravandia is definitely a good. So in this case, let's decline the defensive pacts. So clearly I should have been doing this a lot earlier. Enlightened Seekers of Conoramus. Well, it's the Nar consciousness is sort of like the next door entity that I could potentially... Oh, but they count as equivalent, so... Okay, so let's start focusing on on getting our biggest advantages. So there's actually a bunch of things that I should be doing here. So number one, let's review my edicts. So first of all, let's so we'll kill crystalline sensors. Actually, no, we'll keep that on. Volatile reactive armor. So in this case here, like all the war footing stuff, we're just gonna cool that for the time being, at least. Like I kind of need to get things back under control. Policies. So currently our stance is belligerent. We could be cooperative, isolationist, expansionist, supremacist. Supremacist does seem to be a good option. Yeah. So we're going to change our diplomatic stance. War philosophy, I think unrestricted war is fine. So currently we're doing defense in depth. I don't believe that's correct. I think rapid deployment is probably more appropriate now. We're probably going to be more aggressive moving forward. I don't really have any feelings about native interference. I think I'm going to do capacity boosters. So we leave nothing to chance, no matter the cost. Through exacting curation of DNA banks, do we build the leaders of tomorrow? Proactive first contact, that's not going to be happening anyway. So we are currently a militarized economy. Now, I could roll back on that. Well, no, we're already generating a surplus of consumer goods. So, wealth creation. I think this is still the right call. Yeah, and rest of this is where I want it to be. So, I guess the next question would be, if there's going to be a war that happens, what is the most likely target of it? Now, my guess here is that probably I'm going to go after the Miravandia Imperial Sons. This is going to be a very drawn-out affair. So I think the first thing that I want to do is take all of my fleets and move them into position. Now, one of the drawbacks is that I don't really know what I'm up against as far as their fleets are concerned. I'm going to assume that they're probably built for dealing with the... I'm assuming they're probably built to deal with the invaders, and so that's why I'm going to be very reluctant to pursue any kind of a fight. Could probably beef up my army a bit. Should probably find one of those mining lords. Oh my god. What's with all the unemployment? I don't think there's anything I can do about this. Okay. So what am I trying to accomplish here? Well, one, I'm trying to expand out my criminal enterprise. Nobody's willingly going to be vassalized. Yeah, I don't know. I think vassalizing a big entity is probably the first thing that I want to do. But yeah, clearly I need better intelligence on potential war targets. So let's just make sure that my spies are constantly working on what they should be doing. Lightened Kingdom of Colonaramus is not that big. Okay, let's acquire a new asset. Okay, so yes, we have... Okay, so for starters, let's just kill all the purchases. See what that does when the month rolls over. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was talking about why I wanted to see the end of this one. The Warlock. When the swirling energies left behind after the destruction of the last dimensional portal finally dissipated, our forces found a weakened extra-dimensional drifting nearby. The creature was captured and interrogated. It is apparently one of their Warlocks, a powerful extra-dimensional, even by their standards, responsible for maintaining the portal's link between our reality and theirs. If we can study or even channel its psionic power, we should be able to greatly improve our sublight speeds and jump drive range. So, yet another relic. I hope my science ship is following up on that. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so the reason why I wanted to kind of see this story turn out the way that it did, you've got this story of sort of these survivors, right? These people who, are pursuing, even in the face of the great destruction on their world, they took the same things that allowed them to be a very effective criminal enterprise and applied that towards going to space and becoming basically the dominant power in their world. And so, again, like, you can take or leave the story. Like, it's not the best that I've written by any stretch of the imagination. But what I kind of like was that in the end, so for this whole story, this species ultimately, even in the worst possible situation with the danger that we had to face in the form of the crisis, they were able to, through just sort of sheer force, they were able to survive. They, this long story of, the regulators come to take away what they'd built, and their answer is to just go to space. The dimensional invaders come in. They build the navy. They do what they need to survive, and they pull it off. And so while I wasn't, obviously you can't expect stories to turn out this way. I actually really like how, to a certain extent, right, this is just, the story of a bunch of really tough criminal types.
Construction complete.
Pulling off seemingly the impossible, and ruthlessly moving from this. I mean, we've become the boozy emperor, right? That was the goal from the previous week. It's ceased to be the family business, and now it is, well and truly a not just a galactic power, but is able to defeat whatever comes from beyond. Let's take a quick look. I do want to align myself with powerful entities, but so one thing I'm trying to do right now is just get my borders under control. Oh, actually, another thing I can do. So let's find. Okay, so piracy also seems to be under control now. Perhaps to my surprise. So that means that I get a little bit more flexibility when it comes to my upgrades. I figure I should grab what I can within my borders.
The aliens are reaching out.
Yeah, I suspect there's going to be a lot of defensive pacts that come up. So, I mean, again, I don't have to... I don't necessarily have to... oh, right, sorry, there's one other thing that I need to figure out. So, I need to figure out relative to potential... relative to potential rivals, I want to know... I want to know how to maximize my output, or my my advantages, and how to minimize theirs. Sorry, I'm just taking a second here to... Got a lot of notes to erase here. Okay, so for my strengths, I'm just going to go for base numbers. So, fleet. Okay, so biggest rival that I have is the Stellaris. So their fleet power 13,668. Their pops 1902. Their economy 3560, and their technology 7637. So if I want to weaken the Stellaris diplomatically, I want to drag down their... basically, I want to boost fleet and pops, and I want to decrease economy and technology. So for the NAR... so in terms of fleets, they're actually pretty strong, but not as strong as me. Pops, I outdo them there. Economy, again, they outdo me. I think this is probably a function of their size, and tech, they absolutely demolish me. Okay. Oh, I can assign a galactic focus. His Imperial Majesty has the ability to steer the Imperium in a particular direction by selecting a galactic focus. Ah, I see. Okay. So, first of all, let's take a look at what the various improvements are. So, diplomatic weight from fleet power minus 20. Yeah, we're not doing that. Integrated gardens, lower. Absolutely big support for that one. Repeal minor military sanctions. Definitely oppose that. Comfort the Fallen, diplomatic weight from tech minus 20, absolutely 100% in favor of that. So again, keeping in mind that I want to be taking measures that will be angling diplomatic weight towards my my improvements. Okay, Astral Studies Networks reveals the Astral Studies Network resolution, leaving cooperative research channels as galactic law. Diplomatic weight from tech, research station output, starbase. Ah, yes. I definitely support that. Charter of Workers' Rights, diplomatic weight from POPs. Yes, big support for that. Buzzword standardization, well, what does it do? Yep. Okay, now I should introduce my own resolutions. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I should also take a look at some numbers in terms of overall weights. So this I might need some a little bit of math for. Okay, so I'm pretty strong in terms of overall influence, but I'm not unstoppable. Yeah, so it's fair to say I can't just push something through that's unpopular. So, like, my preference, of course, would be, like, eliminate the council. That's not happening. Trial and advancement, interesting. Now the Techerus would approve changing the council size to 2. Okay, I actually should probably write down a list of priorities. Again, we've only got like 13 years in game, but I still want to make sure that I'm able to. I still want to make sure that I'm able to do the best that I can. So let's say. Oh yeah, actually the other thing I should be doing is buying a bunch of slaves for the worlds that I've just recently colonized. That'll help boost my pops. Okay, crisis declaration. Yes, nobody hates each other enough to move on. Rules of war. So Guardian Angels, again, fleet power works for me, so I don't want to mess with that. We need to blunt econ and tech. So mutual defense. Enemy of my enemy. Diplomatic weight from fleet power. Okay, so castigation proclamation. I can definitely see this one working for me. And with the Nar consciousness, we should be able to push that ahead. So, so I should just say, any empire in the Galactic Imperium can propose a resolution to denounce an empire in breach of galactic law that is not a Galactic Imperium member. The animosity, casus belli, and humanitarian war goal can be used by empires with unrestricted wars against empires that have been denounced or in breach of galactic law. Okay, so those are definitely ones that I want to consider. So I think rules of war reduce weight from fleet power. We don't want to do that. We'll leave sanctions. Okay, environment and technology. So we're already working on integrated gardens. I'm fine with that. Unchained knowledge. So yes, this is improving diplomatic weight from tech, so I believe we are proposing to repeal... okay, we're also working on Comfort the Fallen. This doesn't help us. Nothing on sanctions. Cool. Fine with sanctions. Okay, Charter of Workers' Rights. Yes, all this is fine. We want to repeal buzzword standardization. Right. Okay, so apparently people will not want to repeal Building a Better Tomorrow. Okay, so the one action I would want to take in terms of undermining the economy won't help. But what I can do is at least do the castigation proclamation, or at least once I have the influence in order to do so. But, like I said, the one thing I can do right now... I should have taken advantage of this a lot sooner. There's a bunch bunch of positions I can potentially... Oh, yeah, this is inconvenient because of the unemployment that just came up. So I think for starters, let's just start with Kuiper Quintus. So we've got 33. We'll take it from there. Okay. Gotta be careful on how much I'm actually spending on all of this, but let's try and make a bit more money. Again, I'm just recognizing here that population is a big advantage that I have, and I can always sort of refactor where all of my pops go after the fact. There we go. So I've got some unemployment problems. Let's actually deal with that now. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I don't really know if there's a better way for me to do this. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. Let's take a tech world. Forge world. So basically looking for any worlds that have like jobs that are ideal for Raxar to be doing, and they have unemployment there. Yeah, so this is not a bad example of one. So let's go... basically, I'm looking for Raxar clerks. Although, I'm going to have to remember bid Shukon just so I can bring some Azazians where they need to go. God damn. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. All right, this is useless. I'm going to take forever looking at this, and it doesn't matter. No, sorry, hang on. Kuiper, I did want to look for Raxar clerks. That was the one case where I actually had something useful. There we go. You know what? I'm just gonna audit the worlds again. Just gonna have to figure out what to do with these remaining slots, I guess. Oh, well, I can think about different ways to boost my economy. So I guess that would be, yeah, I guess that's the right call, because generating more consumer goods and alloys would push me over the edge there. Okay, so also give something for my Raxar to do. So civilian industries, alloy foundries, we can do a Ministry of Production to make them a little more effective. And then I might consider a stock exchange in some cases as well. Okay, so nothing, not entirely true. Eventually I will do Mastery of Nature on these guys. Okay, this generator world. We've handled energy grids and such. I guess we do the same story as before. In the absence of anything else, we should do alloy foundries, civilian industries, Ministry of Production, and then decide how to handle the rest. Kuiper Tertius. Give you a military academy just because I can. I cannot believe that I didn't give you an energy grid before. This one I might actually change things around a little bit. It feels like there's enough space here to actually really go for the unit. Well, then again, like, what does the Unity really get me? So, we'll do Alloy Foundry, Civilian Industries. Ministry of Production isn't ready yet, so we'll just move on. Okay, we're establishing the planetary capital. Improve mineral purification plants. Fine with the military academy in this case. Right, I want Azazians on this planet. So I need to make sure that everything has a properly assigned title, otherwise I'm going to miss. Okay. Yes, they are growing Azazians. Well, they're growing Azazians, but we don't need Azazians. Or do we? Oh god, we need them. Yeah, we need a lot of them. Okay. Kind of need them on this planet as well. Oh god. There's so many. This is a population bomb that's waiting to go off, incidentally. I think I'm probably just going to have to accept that. God, I already lost the plot. Okay. Right, so I'm building a bunch of stuff here, building a bunch of stuff here. I guess I was going for consumer goods and alloys last time, so we'll keep going down that road. Caster. Okay. Okay, so it's very clear there are going to be some points where I want to like move things around and adjust them. For the time being, though, we're good here. I'm a little worried about my energy credits. I'm probably gonna have to pull back a bit on some of the maintenance costs, but let's just see what happens over the course of time.
The aliens are reaching out.
Oh boy. Let's just kill the... Let's just remove that purchase altogether.
Boom! We built something.
And I'm not to be honest, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about zapping all of my influence on this expansion, but I actually think this might be... I think there might be a little bit of sense to it. Okay, still want to work on building my defenses. Our spotters have begun ingratiating themselves with targets we've marked as potentially useful. And I think I'm going to boost the speed a bit here. So again, I want to be mindful of the...
Boom! We built something.
Oh. Wow, so they are actually succeeding in... So it's, people are mad at... are otherwise mad at me or just don't trust me enough to... Well, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I wanna sort of rebuild and rearm my my fleets before I start getting too aggressive. Comet sighted through belt. The population of Wegmore Prime is currently witnessing a spectacular sight. A comet is passing through Wegmore Prime's asteroid belt, and the effect is being described as breathtaking. Keep looking to the sky. So again, that unemployment makes me sad to see, but I just don't see any way of working around it. Boy, I really wish everybody was moving where I told them to go. Okay, we're currently making 2K a month. I feel like we can probably afford to buy some alloys. Doesn't have to be a lot, but... and also on the market, I do want to... So in this case here, I really just want to get as many slaves as I can just to boost my population numbers.
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Okay... Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. Let's go for the cheap stuff first.
Debris analyzed. Now let's make some more.
A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. So again, we're kind of laying the groundwork for any future conflict here. I'm probably going to have to do a really big redesign of my fleets, but... I am regenerating way too many minerals. My employment situation is going to be a bit easier to get a read on once the unemployment gets resolved. Our operatives have completed their information gathering operation, have sent a dossier detailing their findings. Okay, Tekaris has declared war on the Ronzar Bloodletters.
Wow, we really hit this tech out of the ballpark.
I hope the science ship's on top of all these. I'm a little worried that maybe I... Nope, clearly they're not. Okay, well, we'll do the excavation then. So, in order to try and close the gap as far as... as far as closing the gap is concerned for the different... oh, I've got so much starbase space. Should probably be getting on that. So yeah, I should probably be picking where my different starbases go at this point. I should probably put them... I should have a number of them over systems where I've got worlds. Then the next logical step would be... Well, we've kind of covered wormholes and all of that. Yeah, so I guess at this point I kind of need to be considering where my natural expansion goes. So do I have any options here, for instance? Yeah, it does look like I can gobble up some of the Nar consciousnesses. Well, okay, I can gobble it up, but can I defend it is the real question. I think it's also fair to say that a number of these defensive stations that I've sort of armed to the teeth, I'll probably adjust the... I'm probably going to wind up adjusting the different armaments and such. That's going to be a future, kind of a future consideration, because it's not critical for the Empire, but... Yeah, one of the things I probably should be doing at this point is if there is a world on it, like if I've got a colony on it, I should probably have a starbase on it. We'll see what those numbers look like right now, but... We've detected swarms of creatures burrowing up beneath our colony in Wegmore Prime. They could emerge any day now. Our scientists theorize that surface vibrations may have awakened them from some form of subterranean slumber. Mobilize the scientists and soldiers. Okay. Got more food than I know what to do with, so... I'm gonna have to do a big shift in terms of where all the different population goes. It also occurred to me, yeah, I can build another Titan.
Boom! We built something. Construction complete.
So yeah, starting to run out of influence, but we're generating 14 a turn now, so I think we should be generally okay.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
Okay, so we'll be able to start acquiring assets over time. I can work with that.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, so far this is all starting to work out. We've got space for 2 more star bases. So one will go here. I mean, there's a number that I can probably be playing around with in terms of the numbers, but this is working for me right now. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Morgraf has moved to secure our new asset within the enlightened kingdom of Conoramus. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. Commence the operation. Okay, more construction. Yeah, that's fine. Let's get them working on... Asset acquired. Spymaster Morgraf reports from the Enlightened Kingdom of Conoramus. A successful execution so far. We have secured access to an official within the Conoriman civic hierarchy. This asset will be kept secure but poised, ready to assist us with future operations, particularly when we might brush up against diplomatic or governmental issues. So the cost of that is the reduction in overall infiltration, but what I'm trying to do here is get us to a point where we can get to 100. So we will acquire an additional asset. Launch.
Boom. We built something.
So almost covered everything we need. Okay, so Thrish is getting a new base. I feel like Kuiper probably deserves a... Colonists from Wigmore Prime are reporting that some homes are now infested with serpents and many structures are experiencing power failures. We should see if there's a connection. So observe these curious creatures.
Log updated.
This is partly just because I don't have an army available. Science! We're using science. After a series of careful observations and productive meetings, we intended to find patterns in the Ophidians' behaviors and methodologically adopt plans to counter them. If we can find evidence of tool use and an adaptive strategy, we may even be able to reason with them. We just need to make sure not to corrupt the data by interfering with their activities, even when they're biting colonists and siphoning power. I'm actually going to do a big series of army recruiting. Okay, so clearly I need one more battleship. Well, I need more than one battleship, but I'll settle with one for now. Does it tell me when they're going to decay into a... I wish they would. Demoting to worker in 846. Okay. So again, this is just going to be a pain in the ass to see all of the unemployed, but... Well, we really don't generate that many alloys.
We did it.
The serpents are being drawn to sources of electrical energy, possibly seeking nourishment or pleasure. We can alter our energy source. Perhaps they'll find it distasteful or painful. Okay. So yeah, I think I said Kuiper's going to get the starport. Extra-dimensional warlock, unbidden ritual modifier added 10 years, giving the jump drive range of 100. Cool, but the psionic energies of this captured extra-dimensional maintained the dimensional portal between this realm and our own before the portal was destroyed. Now our prisoner, the creature, has been compelled to use its power to increase the sublight speed of our ships as well as the range of our jump drives. I think activating the last bell is the right call, though. So, Minok. Colonize it with Super Rexar.
Boom! We built something. Boom! We built something. Boom! We built something.
So one of the things I want to be focusing on is in terms of just building up the defensive platforms and all of that. All of the wormholes, all of the borders and all of that, that needs to be locked down. We're getting close to our limits, I think. Our spotters have begun ingratiating themselves with targets we've marked as potentially useful. So yeah, I want to be conscious of the gap. But yeah, I want to lock down the fortress. I want to identify the kind of the composition of any fleets that I might be going up against. And then we'll start considering any offensive actions. Our operatives have compiled their information gathering completed their information gathering operation and have sent a dossier detailing their findings. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to do that again.
Construction complete.
Oh, no, we're not. We just need to be patient. Sinister sibilants. Just as we have observed the invading serpents on Wegmore Prime, they are watching us. They have found ways to infiltrate and randomly operate our vehicles, computers, and mining equipment. We know that the snakes have a simple language. For the sake of diplomacy, our scientists now refer to them as ophids, and they refer to themselves as the Hiss. We often mispronounce that name, which infuriates them and leads to more biting. So we can let them feed on our power sources, activate the universal translator, or mobilize the shock troops, attack with the incinerators. We'll try and get along. Okay. I'm going to recruit 5... Five on each world.
Boom! We built something.
Oops. This is probably going to be overkill in terms of like overall numbers, but okay. Let me just deal with what we got here. Operative defects. Our spy master in the enlightened kingdom of Conaramus, Morgath, reports a drastic failure in her process for screening operatives. Word from Conaraman capital is that the informant has now chosen to defect. Despite the fact that we are supposed to be able to screen out such disloyalty, the informant has been turned, either by an act of counter-espionage or some innate sympathy towards the enlightened kingdom of Conaramus, which we were unable to detect before. So, so be it, disavow. Yeah, we say so be it. I really would rather not to lose.
We built something.
I'd rather not lose that that edge. Oh, there is actually the new bay. No, these Asians. Okay, so this is the right call. End of the Ronzar Bloodletters. The Star Nation, formerly known as the Ronzar Bloodletters, has been destroyed by its enemies. How this will affect the political climate of the galaxy remains to be seen. Oh, interesting. Short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others.
Construction complete.
I'm seeing unemployment on. Okay. Almost certainly more than I need. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to manually seek out unemployment from regular workers. At least until the executives get settled. Fortunately, there's lots of jobs available, so... And I should also take care of the market. Yeah, lots of people to buy. Why on earth would it... Gaia World should appeal to everyone. Okay, clearly I miscalculated. So again, there's a lot of realignment that I could be doing as far as all the different jobs. The Sentinels did it. Something has gotten into the archaeologists. The excavation thus far has been impeded by freak accidents,
complete.
injury, misfortune, and now even senior researchers with decades of field experience are blaming the Sentinels. Overcome with superstition and paranoia, they claim that the statues move about when no one is watching. Yet there is nothing to suggest their jointless limbs are even capable of motion. Matters spun further out of control when traces of biomatter, indicative of heavy bleeding, was found lodged within a series of tiny cuts at the terminal portions of the Sentinel. Whether the Sentinels are just a convenient scapegoat, or if there is a more sinister explanation, remains to be seen. Now, I'm trying to remember if I've sent off a... So Wigmore is already a Gaia world. I'm trying to remember if I already sent off a colony ship for... Yeah, it looks like I haven't. I feel like there should be at least one more colonizable planet for me. Okay, there's already a planned colony here. Okay, so I think that's fine. Let's do... It is going to take me forever to build all these defensive positions. I still think it's good to do, though. Where on Earth is Chatlib? Oh, apparently we're at the limit.
Construction complete.
That was unexpected. The Sentinel science officer Zaz has gone missing. She was last seen leaving camp at sunset to find a tranquil spot to consider the Sentinels. In the days leading up to her disappearance, she raised concerns about the safety at camp following a growing number of accidents, and we fear that she may have abandoned her mission in protest. Disconcerting. Circulating excess heat from the weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strike-craft weaponry. Again, we're going to go for the cheap techs because we've got less than 10 years before the game is over. Let's make sure that I don't have idle ships. Okay, actually, if that's true that Chatlib is at full capacity, how's Soao doing? That's also at full capacity. That's wonderful news. Okay, so what I want to be doing now is, so we have places like Tenica. Now this is against the Unbidden. They're not as big of a worry. Against something like the but that's not the threat anymore. The threat is most likely the Tecarus link. And so at this point, what I want to be doing is I want to be kind of preparing any of my wormholes for invasions. Now, unfortunately, this does mean
we built something. Construction complete.
What are you up to? Hang on. Is this really done too? Oh, I see why. Okay. I gotta change this around a little bit. Or do I? I mean, it's not the strongest defense. I will live with this setup, although I'm a little uncomfortable with it. I feel like I should probably have a stronger defense in Tenica. Yeah, you know what? So the trade hub is cool and all. What am I actually getting out of it, though? Possibly nothing. Yeah. So put the defense grid supercomputer up. I'll see what it does then. Okay. Takvan, Julau, Siluria, like all of these probably need... Like, so they are defending trade, so I don't exactly want to uproot them, but I do feel like they could be doing a little bit more. Or at the very least, I could have more star bases. I don't know. I will kick that can down the road. Okay. Clearly, this is one that needs a little more love. So we'll start with one of each of the defenses. Disruption field. Hang on a second. I think I messed up another thing. Defense grid. Target uplink. It's not even a citadel yet, so let's put that right to the top of the queue. Because I have a feeling that it's blocking communications. I don't... Man, what was I thinking when I did that? I mean, at least I can keep the off-world trading company there. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So this can stay as an anchorage, I guess. We can put a... Yeah, I've already got the resource silo. Ooh! It's really not doing that much. We can do a hydroponics bay. Sorry, I should be unpaused for this. Underworld, the Serpents on Wegmore Prime have converted some of our mining equipment into transports for traveling between their subterranean world and our surface world. They have damaged our ecology significantly. Although the Hiss are unleashing chaos, our scientists suspect this might be a diversion. The Snakes haven't taken all of our mining equipment, so we may want to take some of our machines offline for repairs. Take the remaining mining equipment offline. This definitely seems to be more trouble than it's worth, but... I think I'm just gonna go hydroponics bay as an outside option if I have to. I mean, it's not exactly like we need a lot of extra food, but it gives me, something to work with here. Okay, Japris. Right, I guess we need to decide like exactly what kind of defense we're going to build. Actually going to do one of each for the next little while. At least, like, I obviously need to get an idea of exactly what the enemy's going to be bringing against us. Takvan... I can, yeah. In this case, resource silo makes sense. So, I mean, obviously here I am ostensibly protecting trade. I don't know if I'm actually accomplishing that with this, because like then there's Julao, and it's like, well, like what's Julao doing then? For the time being, though, I'll go like a half measure, and this has got to be defending. Oh wait, no, Caster used to be about defense, but it doesn't have to be about defense anymore. So. We have... Okay, so there's no trade to grab. Guess it doesn't say the current... Yeah, Castor does add a lot, but... Let's make 2 of those anchorages into logistics office, a resource silo, and a hydroponics bay. It's got a whole lot of defense platforms. I mean, I think I'm probably just gonna have to live with that for the time being. Nihal is actually, so this is a defensive structure against the Stellaris, so this is something that I want to upgrade at some point. And Shorax, again, that's defending us in a with a black hole. Okay, so that's something. Yeah, that.
Construction complete.
I'm working with what I got here. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Morgraph has moved to secure our new asset within the enlightened kingdom of Conaramis. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. Spymaster Morgraph reports from the enlightened kingdom of Conaramis. A successful execution so far. Our spy network is now bolstered by access to an influential Conariman professional ready to assist us with operations which may benefit from the asset's own network contacts or the weight of their reputation. Okay, let's just see what we're at. Okay, so we will acquire an asset within the Stellaris multi-system. And... Yep. 2 of those missions. Okay, so Tenika's dealt with... Shorax kind of already has a defense, but I guess it was Voldox was the one that's... Oh, but Voldox has already been... Wait, really? No, we're still building up on that. Okay, I think I'm actually just going to sit on the alloys for the next little while. I need a better idea of
profit margins on
we're
this
at.
tech.
Regimens of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. Naval capacity is probably helpful.
We built something.
I am going to do interstellar assembly, though.
We built something.
What's your stories, Andaban?
Boom. We built something.
It's a little expensive for me to do that, so I'm gonna hope for the best. Obviously, I've got opportunities for expansion, so...
Construction complete! Boom! We built something.
Yeah, so I think these are all the hydroponics farms coming online, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have more. Okay. Again, debatable as to whether or not I actually want to be swelling my numbers this much, but population does make my score go up. And looks like I've got some science ships that are sitting idle. I don't even know what to do with that. I've got 2 idle. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, always bring on the maniacs when I can. So you can excavate because you're good at archaeology. God, this is going to be a little bit of a pain. Okay. So again, I need to work out my science priorities. I think I had it at 3 figures. 3 figures was a priority to begin with, so we've got Zygar 6. Unfortunately, I deleted the last list that I did of this. Faradex. Oh, you know what? It might be, it just occurred to me, there might be an easier answer to this. Right, okay, so the science ship, I noticed that the science ships aren't assisting research. It's like is it Duratex? Faradex, all right. Oh God, where'd the science ships go? Yeah, so I think what happened here was I said, everybody go, go into the. I mean, this doesn't even give a bonus towards upkeep anymore. But, I suspect that's probably what happened there. Let's upgrade you to a Citadel. I don't quite have the alloys to upgrade you to a Citadel yet, but just you wait. Okay, unless something really dramatic happens in 200 days, I think I get my way in the Senate.
Construction complete.
Well, I shouldn't count on that. Probably shouldn't count on that being guaranteed. Uplift and a gift. The Serpents on Wigmore Prime are now using mining equipment to travel freely between their subterranean nests and our surface world. Has our technology empowered them in new ways? Our scientists are reporting that the Hiss have scrawled the same symbol near each of the transports. We suspect that they also have a crude written language. These new Serpent tunnels have unearthed minerals. So eventually I'm going to combine these transport fleets together, but for the time... Well, you know what? We can clean up the rest a little bit later. I just wanted to... I wanted to be prepared for... God damn it. I want to be prepared for any large-scale invasion that I needed to do. So this is probably going to wind up being very wasteful, and I'm definitely going to split this among different generals if I actually have to use them. But that's a big if. No slaves. Okay. This is going to sting, but... It's not so much the initial purchase that I'm worried about, it's the increase in price over the next little while. A compositional analysis of the Sentinels has revealed that they are made from an unknown hybrid... unknown hybrid metal ceramic composite. Such a material could not have been forged by a prehistoric society, yet preliminary readings suggest that they predate all known civilizations on Kuiper Tertius. Unfortunately, the scanners cannot yet pierce the Sentinel's metal coating. Curious. Now, I do need to get rid of some minerals, and unfortunately, I do have some things that I can build with them, so I am going to have to do a quick... Actually, one thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to... At this point, for a couple of the planets, I'm willing to go, like, everything gets an upgrade, which is not quite in the spirit of the exercise that I'd originally intended, but sue me. Oh dear, okay. Okay, clearly Kuiper Tertius is going to need some special attention. Again, this is just a hunt for any Raxar clerks. So obviously Grunner is going to be kind of mad that they lost a large number of their better their better clerks. I'm sure there's some ways we can make this work, though. Subra 3. Oh, come on. See, that feels weird to have him as a clerk, though. There we go. I can at least slow things down while I do this. Okay, so this one I definitely want to work out like what I'm building. Okay, can't clear the archaeological site. Well, one thing I could do is get focused on my refining efforts again. So slave processing, because we're going to have a lot of base workers. Kuiper Tertius, so let's just see. Okay, so we're buying a lot of crystals right now. So maybe we focus on refining some of those. I don't need to like make it a primary goal or anything. Also, this is listed as an industrial world completely inexplicably. This should be a generator world. Cortus. I've already got the mineral refining, that's fair enough. So we've got the strongholds. Right, we should do the alloy and the civilian industries. Partly that's just to be able to get the economy points. I'm going to leave that open for a little bit. Another mining world. We've already got the basic industry down. One thing I can do is take... Surely there are some new bale. Oh no, actually, what am I doing? There's already new bale on here. Well, mind you, are we like 100%? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So I need to trade out some new bale on this world. So I've got 6, 9. Yeah, I've got 9 farmers that need to be doing something else. Okay, I think we're full farmer now. Again, I hate wasting time on this stuff, but I'm actually gonna just see if I can make those numbers work a bit better. Okay, so again, if it's not all new bale, yeah. Yeah, so this is unacceptable. Okay, so Kataneb should now be full new bale farmer. And again, this is just an efficiency question. It's the same reason why Azazians should be the only ones working mineral patches. And I suspect I'm going to have some problems with that eventually, but... I'm sure there's more that I'll have to deal with here. Okay, actually, on that note, one last batch. So, all Azazians good. This is going to be the test that I do on all mining worlds. Okay, so obviously I need... Well, actually, hang on. They're also good at mining. Okay, well, TBD as far as these guys are concerned. Yeah, for a world like this, yeah, until it's full of Azazians, we don't stop breeding them. We don't have any Azazians here. Yeah, so there's definitely going to be a lot of reassignment that happens. Okay, not something for me to deal with right now, but what's the story with you? Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. I think in this case we're just going to go for the lowest cost tech. Again, it's possible that we will have to deal with enemies that are designed to counter our strategies here. So. Excuse me. Okay, buzzword standardization is down. Now again, the point of this is to help me just sort of consolidate my power. So everything we're doing in terms of integrated gardens, comfort the fallen, all of these actions are specifically designed to undermine my rival's ability to wield political power and improve my ability to sort of lay claim to it. Snuffed out, Spymaster Axmacat reports that our team of operatives near the Tecarus link has missed a number of checkpoints. Given the nature of the operation, we had already anticipated them being unable to maintain frequent contact. However, our Spymaster is regrettably confident that by now the team has been lost. Oh, we don't have the infiltration. Okay. Operation Acquire Asset may be rescued if we can successfully cover our tracks, pitting our code breaking against the Tecaran encryption. High chance our actions will go unnoticed depending on the target's encryption. So, disavow. Missing archaeologist. Zaz's belongings, including her mind gazer, a device used to isolate the mind from outside interferences, have been found on a ledge overlooking the Sentinels. Sticks forming a half-finished outline around one of the statues suggests that she may have diverted from her exercise to mark its position. Her flashlight and scanner were discovered under a shattered piece of the Sentinel's wing. The scanner had been modified in a peculiar manner. Perhaps it could help us pierce the Sentinel's protective layer. If we wish to find Zaz alive, we must divert extra resources to the search, as her chances for survival in the wilderness diminish drastically every day. Spare no expense, divert some of our archaeologists to the research, and we are not wasting time on deserters. Okay. Spare no expense. We do lose the expansion, but it's the right thing to do. Zaz has been found unconscious and badly injured, hiding in the underbrush below a natural rock formation, with a bloodied datapad tucked under her arm. She was rushed to the hospital and treated for severe brain injury indicative of blunt trauma by impact from above. Though her condition is now stable, she still suffers from memory loss and has no recollection of how she sustained her wounds. Splinters of the unique metal alloy from which the Sentinels are sculpted were lodged in her parietal cranial bone. All she remembers is hiding from someone and subsisting off of what little the land had to offer. However, her notes contain some helpful information. Okay, Serpent ship. The Serpents on Wigmore Prime have patiently waited for a ship to enter the system. Someone thought it would be a good idea to land on our colony, so the starship is now full of Serpents. Let the fleeting Ophidians have the ship. When these hyper-intelligent snakes venture forth to the cosmos, one cannot help but wonder what their ultimate fate will be. We've got a large enough navy to be able to destroy them, so that's the real measure by which I determine whether or not it's the correct action.
Construction complete.
All right, what are we up against here? To the stars! The lone starship has slipped past all our detection equipment and slithered into the surrounding star system. The Ophidians have left Wigmore Prime with a series of subterranean lifts and a wealth of minerals. Your story has been uplifting. So long, Serpents. That's a cute one, actually. So I kind of feel like I should be building some more battleships at this point. So we're at our limit. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to save up the alloys. I may have some other feelings about where the numbers should be going. I am a little uncomfortable with the fact that I've got sort of an idle science ship. I think what I'm going to do here, we're going to survey this system, and then we're going to go back to assisting research. Our spotters have begun ingratiating themselves with targets we've marked as potentially useful. Acknowledged? There we go. And it just occurred to me that I probably need to get to work on the Stellaris multi-system again.
Boom! We built something.
Okay, what's your story? The archaeologists have reconstructed Zaz's modified scanner, set to pierce deeper within the statue's hybrid composite material. It has picked up on weak radiation emanating from their cores. To investigate further, it would be necessary to break one of the sentinels open, very likely destroying it in the process. Since one of the statues has already lost part of its wing, our archaeologists recommend starting with that one. So we can open it carefully so we can reassemble it. We will not desecrate a sacred monument. And level the xeno monstrosities to the ground. We'll open it carefully.
Log updated. Research complete. We did it.
The Sentinels have woken. The engineering team was just preparing to disassemble the broken Sentinel when a gentle shiver passed through the statues as they sprung to life, bodies humming and skin glowing. Radiation pulsing from their cores has made them malleable and transparent, revealing a digital grid of limbs. Before anyone could react, they had surrounded the archaeologists and suspended them with a force field. They now wish to speak with us. Hear them out. The Sentinel with the broken wing turns to one of its peers and speaks. Please, Divana, set them down. I wish to be freed from this prison. I can no longer count the days we have served our masters, toiling on this earth while they enjoy the heavens below. I am alive but dead. They are dead but alive. Will you not let me go? Divana looks at her with disgust. Excelsia, by the gods, keep it together. Our loved ones rest below. Have you forgotten our sin? We made a promise to guard their afterlives eternally. That is our only redemption. She sizes us up. You are no threat to us, Raxarai. Leave us in peace, and we will protect this planet eternally. What are you? We are guardians of the gates of heaven, keepers of our people's immortality. Heaven? Heaven, yes. Though I doubt your concept of heaven matches that of our masters. She raises one eyebrow and snickers. Our masters are of a refined taste. I think I'll take the extra unity. Celsi approaches the archaeologist. Please, I beg of you to end my suffering. You are free to go. Okay, tried to use up all my minerals, but clearly it wasn't enough. For the time being, let's just sell them. I am going to need to make some more sort of firm decisions with those, but confidence wavers. A group of auxiliary operatives in the Stellaris Link have begun shying away from their assigned tasks, citing a lack of confidence in their overall purpose. Spymaster Aximekat would typically handle such matters without bringing them to our attention, but even without them knowing any details, these operatives seem unusually well informed about Operation Acquire Asset, and perhaps the spy network as a whole. Given that these auxiliaries are kept isolated from the more active and better informed agents, Aximekat suspects that the operatives are being fed information from an outside source. She also concedes that they may simply be highly perceptive individuals. Given these doubts and the threats posed to Operation Acquire Asset by each scenario, the Spymaster would requires a directive on how to proceed. Let's see where the insights may lead. And they're panicked. Sorry, I'm trying to get through to the end. It's actually getting quite late for me, but we're obviously just a few years away from the ending, so I wanted to, as much as I can, like, I want to want to try and push this over the edge. I am also going to be expanding even further.
Construction
So
complete.
there's a couple things that I can do. Like, obviously, trying to boost the interstellar assembly is a really tempting project. Maybe that's even worth not building the defensive stations for.
We built something.
So, I mean, yeah, we're still 1,800 above our rival, so I think we're in a reasonably secure position. We'll see. We're actually getting close to our limit here, so I will...
Boom. We built something.
Okay, this is a citadel now, so Menok is...
Prospect analyzed.
Oh, right.
Construction complete.
So I gotta think a little bit about how... I'm gonna handle this one. Yeah, actually, it doesn't make any sense. In this case, I gotta pause. So we'll do a deep space black site. So I guess the first thing I want to take a look at, is there any trade that I can pick up? And not really. So maybe we'll start with missile gun, hangar bay, and a trio of anchorages. Now that may change. But yeah, that's what I got. Wigmore, I think we're in a similar story with that. We've got a colonized world. No. Oh yeah, no, there's a colonized world there. So we'll do one of each again. Again, that may change.
Construction complete.
Okay, caster. Why did I build you this way?
Boom. We built something.
Put another anchorage there, see if that messes with the trade at all. Master Axamat reports having lost contact with their operative.
We built something.
Okay. It's a few things for me to do here. So one, let's get you building a starbase. I think the science ship's already on its way to doing its business. God, I'm generating a lot of minerals. Senate's in session to pass integrated gardens. Looks like we will succeed there, so more power for me. Curators, the agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? We'd like to extend the deal. And eventually I'd like to get enough alloys to reconstruct a ring section. It's a little closer than I thought it would be. Oh, and we've got space for another...
Construction complete.
Space for another... This isn't where I want to go. I want to expand out here.
We built something.
Yeah, so this is all still safe. Okay, yeah, let's start.
Colony established.
Let's start
Let's
rebuilding
hope for a speedy return on investment.
a ruined ring section, and we got to turn you into a. Okay. So to start with generators and then maybe move to industrial districts, assuming that we can pass all of that. We'll do the usual gene clinic, holotheater. So those are the two that are oriented towards growth. I think I said I was doing generators, right? Yeah, so energy grid and stronghold. Gotta reorient a couple of the details. So gene clinics. Yeah, they'll figure the rest out from that. And am I going to be able to use the relic? Probably not in time for the end of the game. This is really sitting on a knife's edge. I'd be tempted to end the session early, given that that will give me a significant advantage. We'll see where it goes, though. Okay, so apparently I have an idle science ship. That's not so good. Oh, right. I remember this now. So, I mean, one option I have would be to do automatic exploration. Apparently there are still things to explore here. And the Nar consciousness no longer want a research agreement with me.
Imagine the profit margins on this tech.
Okay, a meeting place for galactic powers, increasing immigration attraction and global opinion of us.
Boom. We built something.
Again, we'll go for the lowest cost tech as part of the usual routine. Increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy positioning data, elevate strike craft a few steps up the food chain. And again, we pick low cost techs wherever I can. Okay, you should be able to build mining stations. Basically build everything. We certainly have more resources than we really know what to do with here. So what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to be expanding out where we'll sort of choke the Takaris in this area as well and expand up. Numbers seem to be holding in our favor. Oh dear. Really trying to find something to do with the minerals, but... Well, it's because we generate too many... Okay, there's an easy fix to that. I'm not going to get a lot of from it, but that should cover me for a while. Now, if we had a long time left in this session, one thing I would definitely want to do is get some more shipyards built, because really just one focused shipyard, especially in my capital world, is not really where I want to have all my emphasis. But I mean, again, like that's... In practice, I don't really need to worry too much about it. Oh, this will be interesting. So the Nar may not give us as good of a deal as last time. So we'll let the numbers roll over for a bit. I'm gonna follow the usual pattern of just putting the planet with the most slack. That probably means that I have to play around with the distribution of slaves a little bit afterwards, but so the usual deal here is I want to see what I would get for selling the food. So we're at $6.99. We could earn, wow, 0.9. Okay. So it's still more than I'm going to get on the open market, and I've learned enough that I need to make sure that the numbers need to make sense. So okay, so the numbers just turned against us. Oh, but the Nar like me now, so okay, we've got more money than we know what to do with, so it pains me to do this, but there we go. Just blew the budget as far as alloys are concerned, but I've got a leg up to my next fleet. Speaking of, I can build another Titan. Was not expecting that. Okay, so I'm really far behind on my fleets. And it does pain me to use up this influence, but I think I am probably going to do it to make sure that I kind of have my my advantage. So maybe just to demonstrate the power of a move like this. I remember in an earlier stream, people were asking like about the politics and whether or not certain moves made sense. So to give you an example of what the previous shift did, I was at 99.1k, and the Stellaris were at 67, and the Nar Consciousness were at 42.5. Actually, so it does look like they moved. So let's say among the top three, we had 99.1 plus 67 plus 42.5, so that's 208.6. So I represented 47.5% of the top three. So this is basically who's on the Imperial Council. So now I'm at 67.9 plus 44 to 18.1. So now I'm at 48.6. Now, the reason why I give it as percentages of the top three, one, it's what I had written down. But number two, like, they're obviously going to grow and develop on their own, and so they may become more or less strong just because of the way they've been playing the game as opposed to particular movements. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make it so that my number goes up. So in the case of integrated gardens, diplomatic weight from economy goes down, which again, like, I'm reasonably powerful as far as economy goes. So my base is 3219, but the Nar is 3667, and the Stellaris is 3773. So essentially, I'm making the things that are more important to my rivals less valuable in terms of overall influence. And that's the reason why I would be willing to spend influence to remove that the possibility of that measure failing. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. And again, whatever low cost tech I can work with. I'm okay sort of sharing the galaxy with some of these. Like, under some circumstances, I'd be willing to say, oh, okay, I'm gonna really throw my weight around and and block them. The fact of the matter is that I've got a large enough navy that I might turn them into force them into vassals if the mood took me. So in that case, I'm really just allowing a potential acquisition target to become more attractive. Okay, so fast. So if we just take a look at the strength, so I guess I went down a little bit.
Complete.
But as far as a share is concerned, I should have more. Okay, for 4 years, actually 3 years, because we're in December. Yeah, I'm gonna keep knocking out these battleships as much as I can. Slaves rally on Wegmore Prime. Clandestine slave meetings at night, raised levels of defiance towards superiors, and missing goods can only mean one thing. The slaves on Wegmore Prime are radicalizing, spreading dissent and discord among their peers, and fear to the rest of the population. Whatever they're up to, it can't be good. Alright. Get your house in order. Yeah, so revolution is a thing. So I think one possible solution to this is to get some more Raxar on the world. So this will be a little tedious, but I'm going to do the usual, like, find Raxar clerks and move them. I probably should have some clerks. A little late on that one now, I suppose, but... Actually, I have a way of fixing this. It just occurred to me. Okay, now I've got Raxar clear. Okay, this has gotten silly now. However, there are a couple things I'd like to change. So I want to find any worlds with specialist. Okay, so we're going to go to Wegmore just so I can get rid of some of those Raxar clerks. Okay. But yeah, so what I want to do here is I actually want to see, are there any specialist jobs that are not being fulfilled on other worlds? Admittedly, I probably should have done this a lot. Wait a minute. Totally looking at the wrong line. Yeah, there's definitely lots of stuff that's not being fulfilled. So we're gonna do the usual. Okay, that didn't help. Never mind. I don't care that much.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, so I'm going to go sort of to the north here. So again, I do want to kind of enclose the Stellaris link, but if I get a chance to take Mestros, that's quite the feather in my cap. Such risks are... despite having taken every precaution prescribed in her training, one of our operatives in the Miravandia Imperial Sons has raised concerns that their cover may be blown. Apparently, this comes at a critical time for Operation Acquire Asset. As such, Spymaster Tolixier requests more resources with which he might prevent disruptions further down the line. We don't have the resources, so such risks are normal. Denied. And we are working towards 100, so I'm just going to leave him be. So we can't make it to Mestros, but maybe we can make it to Sorsamax. And 2.5 years before we get to the end. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Toxidir has moved to secure our new asset within the Miravandia Imperial Sons. Our remaining operatives are now poised to facilitate any cover he may need. Spymaster Tolixier reports from the Miravandia Imperial Sons. A successful execution so far. Our spy network is now bolstered by access to an influential Miravandian professional, ready to assist us with operations which may benefit from the asset's own network contacts or the weight of their reputation. Okay, so we'll just get a quick read on where we are here. So I'll get a new asset as soon as I can, because we want to get that number to 100 as quickly. Well, sorry, we don't want to get to 100 as quickly as possible. We want the potential to get to 100 as quickly as possible. Slight difference in priority there, but apparently I can build another
Construction complete.
base. I should probably be focusing on defensive structures, so we'll leave those. Okay, looks like we have to disavow our operative in the Stellaris link yet again.
Construction complete.
Okay, what's the deal with the star bases? Volodox, where are you? Oh, right, yeah, we're trying to decide how to defend ourselves. And I haven't really answered that question, so we're just going to build one of each again. And Kuiper is mostly civilian, although I should upgrade the base before I go too far. Oh, man. We're not going to get Sorsamax. Grant is still a good one for us to get. Obviously, I was really hoping to.
We built something.
Well, we give it a shot. Oh no, they're gonna finish it. We're just wasting time if we do that.
Incoming transmission.
We do not we make no promises as to whether or not the Emperor will exterminate its subjects. All right, year and change, and then we win. So I'm building the colony ship now just because it'll take a while for everything to get built up. But
Boom.
we should be able to convert it to a Gaia world pretty quickly. Okay, so they're taking Wither. That's fine. We'll claim what we can over here. And again, the aim is just to claim what we can from the Stellaris.
Prospect analyzed.
It's kind of nice to be able to finish exploring the rest of the galaxy now that the the threat's gone. We're not generating that much cash right now. Well, that's fine. We'll the main point here is to we just need to get the fleet built as much as we can. I'm curious whether or not okay, equivalent. Yeah, I should actually maybe be a little worried about the overall status of the Stellaris. It is possible they could beat us in a fight. The biggest thing I would want to know is just what kind of ships they're packing. Okay, interesting. I don't know what I was thinking about this. I thought we've had Comfort the Fallen coming up. I should have vetoed. Oh, good. Okay, so this is definitely one where I would. I mean, I'm abusing end the session a little too much, but this is definitely one I'd be willing to end the session early over, depending on whether or not the number went in my favor. Again, we've got less than a year. Yeah, so this is kind of a moot point because the passage of time will we're gonna win before it becomes law, but that's definitely something I should have paid closer attention to. So we'll pose that. Sure, we'll support that. Oh, I have unemployment. Okay, I'm going to take a second here and fill some jobs. Oop. Okay. Ugh. There's lots of jobs available, just not the ones. Okay, so clearly on some of these planets with unemployment, I need to go messing around, finding some more of these Raxar. Again, I don't really have a better way of navigating this. I mean, one thing I could do is just loosen the restrictions on the types of species that are allowed to do specialized work and such. That probably would have been the smarter way to go about it. Okay, so... I just wish I... Okay, hang on. Raxar technicians, that's fine. Although I may be a little weirded out by the fact that... Okay, no, apparently we've still got... Oh, God. Okay. Back to looking for regular worker Raxar. We're so close to the end. So like soldiers, that's fine. I think that's gonna happen and that makes sense. It's all the other jobs where I'm like, I wish there was an easier way of establishing priorities for the populations. Okay, 4 clerics is a bad thing. Okay, so Kelsoch is my new favorite. Let's go to Kuiper Secundus. Kuiper Tertius. How many more of these guys can you take? Quite a few, it would seem. Which does not solve Kuiper Quintus. Actually, it will, because I just throw them into the old clerk jobs. But we still have unemployment on that, so... Interesting. Okay, hopefully that will stop some of those. Hopefully that'll stop some of those traps from popping up. Again, I'm reasonably happy to see this thing fail, but I will ensure its failure if I have to.
Construction complete.
What's going on here? This is nice just because of the strategic
Another
resources.
bleeding edge technology discovered. Prospect analyzed.
Okay. We are just a handful of months away from controlling everything. Ah, yes. There we go. Clerks are nice. We can work with clerks. Yeah, so this if I were to continue this past the next couple of months, I would definitely need to mess around with sort of the Raxar positions relative to everything else, but we did pretty well for ourselves population-wise. We're up to 109, so I believe maybe we don't exactly outnumber, but we're definitely just on the verge of outdoing the Imperial
Boom.
Council.
We
I
built something.
still think we'd... Okay, Tuckerus would be okay with changing the council side. There we go. Empiricorp wins the game with 81,065 score. So obviously I kind of rushed through the last few steps, but as you can see here, our economy was a bit weaker. I think this is just due to some of the restrictions on our size. I shouldn't have worried about the fleet power. We had an incredibly powerful fleet. We never did kind of reclaim the gap with the Nar consciousness and the Tecaris. We're actually very far behind technologically. And when it comes to the also Rans, like the Mirovandia Imperial Sons were sort of kind of nipping at our heels as far as the research is concerned. So that was a bit of a lag that we had. But like I said, I definitely went very mechanical at the end of this, and I don't know if anybody's really going to want to see a 7-hour Stellaris playthrough. But I'm really happy to see how this one turned out, just simply because, again, I think we can go into the species for the story. For those of you who weren't here from the start, our story for these guys: when Raxar Carson wrote Spaceless Spring, the Raxari governments did nothing. When the temperatures began to drop and the scientists spoke out, they would not be moved. Only when the catastrophe came, they acted. I do not recognize their authority. I am a man of action. Where were they when my father's business foundered? Where were the excise men when the hypermart leveled the family store? Each new regulation gave us another edge over our rivals. When the world was united to ban our trade, we took it to the stars. Now the planet is encased in ice, and we've got plenty of product to unload. Time to find some new customers. So again, the idea behind this was just that this was this incredibly opportunistic, a very cynical smuggler, where after seeing what trying to get ahead through conventional means would work, and maybe just seeing the inability of the governments of their time, their inability to handle big problems, they instead turned to smuggling, looking at sort of the inept and potentially corrupt application of laws becoming a competitive advantage as opposed to something to prevent him from being able to, to sort of achieve his goals. The idea here is that this smuggling operation was so effective that it was actually the first group to go into space. And ultimately, as the planet sort of fell to its disaster, they were effectively the only power left, and so the aim was just simply to expand the business out into the wider world. Now, we never really did achieve too much in terms of opening up the branches in other worlds. We would usually wind up going to war and losing those branches. But what I liked here, again, is you've got this story of sort of ambition and force to sort of get what you want. And so, like I said, the fact that out of all of the disasters that the Raxar was not only able to fight back, but to go from a losing position, not just from the unbidden, but even from being sort of a third or fourth tier power, to being able to drag up to the top of the screen and then being able to become the emperor as a result of the crisis and such. I really liked how, even though this maybe wasn't my favorite write-up or wasn't necessarily my favorite species, I like how even then the attitude of this species came through, and that ultimately the Raxar earned their survival by doing what they have always done. And so, I hope you enjoyed this playthrough. But I think in particular, I was very happy with this because of where it ended. And I feel like there's a couple things that I learned about dealing with the Unbidden, which is nice. But in particular, I'm just really happy that the story actually kind of fit in the end. That the seeds that were sort of planted at the very beginning wound up having sort of they bore fruit, but they wound up having just sort of this really, really appropriate alignment with how the playthrough wound up going. So that was fun. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm gonna have to take a look at my email and see whether or not there is a key for Overlord or not. If there isn't, I actually do have other things that I can play, but I'm really hoping I get to continue doing Stellaris with you. Failing that, we do have at least one full Stellaris playthrough, on the YouTube playlist now. This video will definitely be part of it, and I'll figure it all out. We'll definitely have more time more times together. It's just a question in terms of what the game is. But I need to get some sleep. It's very late at night. I've been streaming for over twice the time that I normally would, and so I wish you all a good evening, good morning, whatever you're doing, and we'll see you in the next one.